God of creation, there at the start, before the beginning of time. With no point of reference, you spoke to the dark and fleshed out the wonder of life. And as you speak, 100 billion galaxies are born. In the vapor of your breath, the planets form. And if the stars were made to worship so alive, God of your promise, don't speak in vain, no syllable empty or void. For once you have spoken, all nature and science follow the sound of your voice. And as you speak, 100 billion creatures catch your breath, evolving in pursuit of what you said. If creation still obeys you so alive, if the stars are made to worship so alive, if the mountains bow in reverence so alive, and if the oceans roar your greatness so alive, for if everything exists to lift you high, so alive, and if the wind goes where you send it so alive, if the rocks cry out in silence so alive, if the sun of all our praises still falls short, then we'll sing again 100 billion times. God of salvation, chase down my heart through all of my failure and pride. On a hill you created, the light of the world, abandoned in darkness to die. And as you speak, 100 billion
2. 1, 2. So thank you very much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. I believe you deserve a round of applause for sitting down and waiting for us. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And for yourselves as well for turning up to this life-changing, amazing event. Thank you very much for showing up. Awesome. My name is Kosi Fiaka, and I'll be your chief servant for today. So if there's anything you need except $1 million, please raise your hands. I'll be more than happy to help. Our restrooms are to my left. So the gentlemen before the ladies. For the very first time in history, ladies don't come first. So it's gentlemen and then ladies. So you can walk up there if you do have any requirements to use the restroom. Before we kick off this all-important event, I'd like to invite up here Mrs. Delis Taki Yaboy to give us our opening prayer. With a round of applause, let's welcome Delis. We can do a lot better. We can do a lot better. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Can we be on our feet, please? Shall we pray? Father, we thank you for a day like this, for an opportunity to boost our careers, an opportunity to hear from industry players and experts. We pray, Lord, that our time here will not be in vain, that we will definitely leave here fulfilled. We will leave here charged up to go into the world of work and take over. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Takia Boy. Thank you. I was going to do the traditionalist prayer. I don't know if there's anybody that will do the Muslim prayer, but we'll take that later. So before we kick off, ladies and gentlemen, would like to invite a very important personality in our midst. He is the managing director of Lene Services. Lene is arguably Ghana's leading HR tech firm. With a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, shall we invite up here Mr. James La to give us our opening address. Thank you. We can do it, but let's clap till he gets here. He's wearing a very beautiful, elegant shirt, looking smart. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kosi. Good morning, everyone. I want to correct something about our MC's direction of the washroom. In Ghana, we normally greet from the right, isn't it? So when you get over there, the ladies are see first, from the right to the left. So that is it. And he says about $1 million. I only want $1,000. So I've placed my request before the witnesses here, and I'll expect to receive it. Our keynote speakers and panelists, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to the HR Focus Annual Career Clinic 2023. We're expected to have the executive chairman of Madan Group of Companies as the first keynote speaker, in the person of Chief Daniel Macaulay, and also Bernard Avile, the second speaker. Bernard is, I think, is the general manager for City FM a lot and face the challenges. In a world marked by unpredictable challenges, this theme encapsulates the very essence of what we hope to achieve together in the coming hours. This event stands as a testament to HR Focus' unwavering commitment to empower not only job seekers and students in their journey towards career success, but also would-be young entrepreneurs. We recognize the hurdles and uncertainties that individuals face on this path, especially in these unprecedented times. Hence, our purpose today is not merely to provide answers, but to instill in us the strategies and resilience needed to transform challenges into opportunities. We have meticulously curated workshops in the forms of CV reviews, speed interviews, mentoring sessions, panel discussions, inspirations, and many other avenues for you to glean and ready yourself for success in the world of work. We would like to thank our sponsors, Talo Ghana Limited, xjob.com.gh, Vivo Energy, the McDan Group of Companies, and many others for partnering with us to make this possible. I also want to show appreciation to our keynote speakers, our panelists, mentors, and all resource persons for making the time to inspire our youth in shaping their career plans. Let me also take this opportunity to invite all of you here to be present at the 2023 HR Focus Conference and Awards coming up on 28th and 29th September at the Accra International Conference Center. It is the biggest annual HR Day in Ghana, and you don't want to miss this opportunity. I encourage all of you to actively participate in all the various segments of the program, to network, share insight, and ask questions to help shape your career ambitions. In doing so, you will not only gain valuable knowledge, but also contribute to the collective wisdom that make events like this very enriching. I wish you all a rewarding experience in today's event. Thank you very much and enjoy.
Thank you very much, Mr. La. Round of applause for Mr. La. So he did affirm the notion that ladies are always right. So he looked at it from our right. Thank you. We can do it. It's not true. They're always first. You go from the right. The ladies are first. From the right. Thank you. A round of applause for Mr. La, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. We're getting ready to kick off, and in kicking off, we want to cast our minds on certain very key nuggets. Now, imagine a ship navigating the sea. I mean, a lot of us have not been on ships before. They probably scared they will end up like the Titanic. It won't. Probably canoes. So it faces a lot of storms and a lot of unpredictable tides. It is tossed and then it is turned, but it endures, not just surviving, but thriving as well. Now, our careers, much like that ship, often encounter crisis, and these crises sometimes threaten to derail us. Now, it is in these moments of adversity, believe you me, that you discover your true strength and your potential. Sometimes you need these to discover how strong you are. Now, today we embark on a very interesting journey. Now, in embarking on this journey, we would go into the realm of understanding career resilience and how to go from crisis all the way up to success. Now, we'll explore a lot of practical strategies from some amazing people and empower ourselves, and not only to weather the storms of our professional lives, but to emerge stronger and more successful than we were before. Now, as well as that, in a world where change is constant, adaptability is key. I want you to write this down. In a world where change is constant, adaptability is key. It's really, really important. It would go a very long way in every aspect of your life. So we'll uncover the secrets of turning setbacks into stepping stones, leveraging crisis as opportunities for growth, and transforming challenges into triumphs. So we're going to turn our issues on their head, a full 360. So we want all of you to get ready, fasten your seatbelts. I don't see any seatbelts on your seats, but fasten your imaginary seatbelts. Get ready. We're about to unravel the intriguing path from crisis to success in our careers. And together we would learn not only to survive and thrive, but to be successful. Another round of applause for yourselves as we get ready to launch into the space of moving from crisis to success. So we'll kick off with our panel discussion, and we would have our first panel pair join us on the stage. I'd like to introduce these very distinguished, knowledgeable, experienced, wonderful people, starting off with Nana Obindra. Nana Obindra works for Tallow Oil PLC, where she is a senior HR advisor. A round of applause as Nana joins us on stage, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, we can do it better for Nana. Nana is looking very, very elegant today. A round of applause for Nana. Come on. Let's keep it going. See, she's smiling. Do you want to see her smile some more? Another round of applause for Nana, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. So Nana, please take a seat for me. Joining me up here as well is another very, very, very big man. He has a lot of experience in the FMCG sector, where he's done a lot with HR and personal people development. With a round of applause, shall we welcome the People Development Lead at NutriFoods Ghana Limited, Mr. Hope C. Yibo. We can do it better. Come on. We can do it better. We can do it. No, come on. Let's keep it going. Thank you very much. So now I'll take a seat as well. You can clap for me as well if you want to. Thank you. So thank you very much. We'll kick off. So I'll go through a very short preamble. But before that, I'd like to hear from our panelists. Boss, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, Kosi.
Fantastic. Obviously, you can see some very young people sitting here waiting to glean a lot of knowledge, experience, and expertise from you. I mean, what are you looking forward to?
For us to share knowledge, I don't think I'm the repository of all wisdom, so we share knowledge together. Nana is here, and then, questions, we'll answer them, and then we'll move on forward.
Definitely. Nana, how are you doing?
Fine.
I absolutely love the dress. Did you design it yourself?
No, but it's made from a Ghanaian designer.
From a Ghanaian designer. So big ups to Nana's Ghanaian designer, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so Nana, working in the oil sector, you've probably encountered different categories of people. So it means you've experienced a lot. Are we looking forward to drawing from that experience?
Yes, definitely. So actually, I'm new to the oil and gas sector, about less than a year. But before that, I've worked in the banking sector. I've also worked with the multimedia industry as well. So
okay, that's fantastic. So
to share.
amazing. So it means we have a cocktail of experience awaiting us. Awesome. So a very brief preamble before we move into the panel discussion. Now, this panel aims to explore strategies for individuals to effectively navigate and rebound from career setbacks and challenges. Drawing inspiration from success stories, we'll delve into practical strategies, mindset shifts, and skill development to help job seekers and students build resilience needed to thrive in today's ever-changing professional landscape. Now, I'll start off with you, Nana. They say ladies first. Now, for a lot of people in the corporate spaces that we find ourselves in, there's that school of thought that the crisis they face are as a result of skill inadequacies. Do you agree with that school of thought?
Yes, it's partially true in terms of lack of skills. And what I've learned over time is that for every individual, once you decide to have a particular ambition, you need to be prepared and you need to keep up with the times. So definitely some of the skills, or most of the skills that we knew or we learned 10 years ago, you would agree with me, a lot of them are redundant now. Previously, there was a lot of focus on office suits, and that was more of the main driver of you being able to, come into the corporate environment. You need to have knowledge of Excel, PowerPoint. Today, we agree that we've gone past that. Now we are in the age of data, insights, analytics, and AI. So the question is, how do you keep abreast? Yes, the skills are important, but how do you package yourself in such a way that you remain relevant at every point in time? And I think that is very important.
Definitely. I hope she raised a very good point, and one of the biggest words I take from it is relevance. A lot of people find themselves in a space, and then the progression within the space overtakes them. I mean, if you're a regular person in that space, I mean, how do you ensure that that progression doesn't overtake you?
Well, it's a lot, but let me start from this side, where you want to be relevant or where you work with. So being relevant means that you know the core duties, what you're supposed to do. A lot of people, when you recruit them, I was just telling Daniel a while ago, you recruit somebody comes and it's all over your face, you want a job, I want a job, and then you employ the person, all of a sudden the person has attitude. Okay. Apart from the attitude, the person doesn't show commitment to the job. Now, how do you show commitment to your job? You must be available at all times. You must show that you know what you're about to do. Now we have a lot of challenge where people show up for work and they are not really into the work. How do you show relevance when you're not into the work? You must be into the work. You must do what it takes to be relevant. I cannot be a people development lead and not be relevant in my workspace. To be relevant means that I need to know what it takes to develop people. I need to know what it takes to meet up organization's expectation. If I don't meet expectations, then I don't know why I'm there. So I need to be relevant. We need to be relevant. All of us need to be relevant in wherever space we find ourselves, so that we don't find ourselves being redundant, as Nana said. Because AI would come in at a point in time, if you don't take care, you'll be made redundant. So how do you stay afloat in the circumstances that things will change, and when maybe the business is about to fold up? How do you stay relevant, where the managers will say that, okay, this person is relevant, this person is a key talent for the business, let us not just get rid of the person must stay. So when people are being made redundant, as for you, because you are relevant, you would have to stay.
Definitely, that's amazing. Nana, now for a lot of people who face career crisis, it's because of a variety of issues. Now, research has showed that little over 65% of those issues are personal. So it has to do with family, it has to do with emotions, and it has to do with mental health. Now, in the workplace, in a position where you find yourself, how do we deal with things like these to help people to bounce back?
Thank you. So it's the balance. It's very important. It's interesting you asked me this question, because I was actually reflecting on it last night. Because, like you rightly said, you come to work as a whole human being. Your life just doesn't revolve around your job. There is family. If you are fortunate to be married, you have a wife. If you're fortunate to have kids, there are children to think about. So it's important that you create that balance. You spend majority of your time in the workplace. A lot of time is spent in the workplace compared to sometimes time you spend with your family or people you care about. And so you need to be able to create that climate of stability for yourself, because you can only be best at what you do if you are able to have that stability in your personal life. And I keep on mentioning stability because you just need to be able to be aware of your challenges. What are your personal challenges? What are the areas that you need to improve? If you need help, seek it. There is no need proving anything to anybody. Nobody is going to judge you based on what your challenges are. You know what you face every time you come to work. And obviously in the workplace, you need to bring your best self to work. And so you need to work personally to go around whatever challenges that you are facing. So if it's personal, like you said, in terms of mental well-being, if you need time off, take time off. Don't say that I want to prove myself at work. So you be coming to work when you are ill, or you are not in the right frame of mind. Because if you come to the office and a mistake happens, it will be held against you. So why don't you then take that step to ask for the time off, or to make time for yourself, or to take your leave at a very minimum? People even feel sometimes that taking your leave is a sign of weakness, but it's not. Because it only shows that you are human, and humans break down just as machines break down. So if you will take your car for servicing regularly because you want the car to be on the road all the time, why don't you make time for yourself to be able to be refreshed and revigorated back to the office?
Yes.
If I may add a little to what Nana said, from the perspective of people development, we want to run programs or training such as emotional intelligence. A lot of people don't have that, so they come to work and then they are displaying their emotions all over the place. We know you are sick, we know you have, excuse me to say ladies, and when it gets into that period of the month and then all their emotions are all over the place, you must be able to manage yourself properly. I don't know how many companies we have in Ghana that have this EAP, the Employee Assistance Program, where an employee is going through some stress or going through some challenge. They can comfortably walk in and speak to somebody and know that, oh, this person is going to have my information confidential, nobody's going to hear about it, and the person is going to offer me some form of advice, and I know by the time I'm leaving the person's office, I'm okay. I've had people come to my office and they are challenged with a lot of stuff, and they just want to speak to somebody. So as an HR person, we are all over the place. We want to listen to everybody. That's why the fact that you have your own challenges, people will bring theirs too. You need to put yours aside and then listen to them and then offer support. Sometimes somebody wants to just hear it as well, or you can make it. That's all for the person. And then by the end of the day, the person is good to go.
For some people want to hear, here's $2 million.
Exactly.
Yeah, so yes, that's a round of applause for that motivation, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so staying with you, Hope, I mean, for a lot of people, this is a major issue, and you are into people development, so it means you look out for the progress of people within an organization. How has this been a major setback per your experience?
It is, because you have people coming to the company who may not necessarily have the right skills, and you want to develop them. But the question is, do the people have the teachable spirit? Do they want to be trained? There are people who you would go into training and then you want to train them, and by the time they come, they already have their own mindset. You need to wash down that mindset to tell them that, oh, you need to learn, relearn, and unlearn some things that you already know. Because you are coming to the organization, it's not everything that you brought from the previous organization is going to be applicable here. So you need to take off that and then work into a new terrain. Because what I do in Nutri-Foods Ghana Limited or Olam will not be the same as Talo. It's a different terrain. Once you get there, I'll be trained. Nana, being senior advisor, would have to train me in certain directions. Okay, this is a culture of the company. This is what we do. We don't do things like you do in Nutri-Foods. So people must be able to move into that space. Just like you rightly said, adaptability. People must be adaptable when they move into space so that they are able to meet the challenges and overcome them.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Nana, everybody has career aspirations. Is there anybody here who doesn't have career aspirations? We all have career aspirations. Do we? Yes. No, I can't hear you. If not, we'll close and go home. Do we all have career aspirations? Yes. Grand ones, I'm guessing, right? Yes. Amazing ones. So one day I'll come to you to sign a check for me. Pardon? I want to be like Nana. You want to be like Nana, yeah. So his career aspiration is to be like Nana, and my career aspiration is to be like him. So Nana, I mean, everybody has career aspirations, and everybody has a fairy tale mentality of Charlie, the thing will be. I mean, I'll rise from officer to become deputy manager, and then I'll become manager, and then in the next 15 to 20 years, I'll become CEO. I mean, when you guys interview people, you ask, where do you want to be in the next 5 years? No offense, but I really don't like that question. I mean, I'll share a personal experience later as to how I answered that question some time back. So in the next 5 years, everybody wants to be somewhere. Everybody wants to do something. But nobody thinks about the bumps along the way or how challenging it's going to be, etc. I mean, how do you disabuse that mindset of everything is going to be smooth?
It's nature. It won't always be smooth, and it's important that you are aware of that, because the perfect way to thrive on this journey is to be honest with yourself. It's very, very important.
Please write that down. Be honest with yourself.
Be honest with yourself. It's very, very important, because it's not a career ladder anymore. The same way you are aspiring to be the CEO, there are 100 other people aspiring to be the CEO. Look back at maybe the job you currently have, and maybe each of us should do that activity. Just walk to your HR and just say, out of curiosity, this job that I'm in now, how many people applied for the job? And you'll be shocked. But it's important to know that instead of a ladder, you can explore a lattice. So within your organization, where is the value needed the most? And how do you position yourself strategically? Again, to the issue of relevance, to create that much needed value. Because climbing a ladder in a particular height, you need to take it a step at a time. But if you are able to position yourself strategically, you may end up doing 2 jumps or even 3 jumps. So I would not limit myself to a ladder, but to say that look within the organization you find yourself and ensure that you are creating value. Every organization has challenges. There is no perfect organization. Even the likes of Google, and Meta, we've heard recently a lot of issues around redundancy. No organization is perfect. But how do you create the value so that when the people at the top meet, some way, somehow, your name will come up. That's Kofi Mensah did this, or Amma did this. And once you start finding your name in the right places, you realize that your journey becomes easier. It's not going to be smooth, but it becomes easier. But it all starts with you.
Hope, she talked about your name coming up. I mean, what are some of the things that you need to consciously do to ensure that your name comes up?
So I look at it in this perspective. Challenges will come going through the business. Let me start off by saying this. I didn't know I was going to lose my job twice after school. 2 times. It's totally bad. Then moving on to joining Olam, then I begin to understand what it takes to be an HR person. And I find myself in this space. So challenges would definitely come. But when you find the challenges, are you going to find yourself saying no? Or, throw yourself in despair? You and I, we are football fans, right? Recently, Man U played against Nottingham Forest. By 30 minutes time, Man U was down by 2-0. Did Man U give up?
No, they came back to win 3-2.
3-2.
But they are still terrible.
Terrible, I know. We are. But the question is this. At the end of the day, they became victorious. How do you become victorious at the end of the day? By having a lot of network. To be named, I would say that have a lot of network. If I throw this question out there, how many of us, if we should lose our jobs today, in 24 hours we'll gain another job?
Can I see by hands, please?
After losing your job
in 24,
today, in 24
please,
hours.
the Lene people are not included, please. Please, if you are wearing a Lene t-shirt, please keep your hands down. But please, can I see by how many people in 24 hours? Just by looking on your phone and scrolling through the 24 hours. Yes. No, the questions will come, don't worry. So write it down. Yeah, write it down. So no hands. And I can't believe. Mm-hmm. Okay. You raise your hand. Okay, so 1 hand. 2. 3. Okay, that's not encouraging. We have a lot of work to do.
A lot of work to do. So that tells you that if we want to be named, we need to have a lot of networks around us. Nana is today my friend. The first time I'm meeting Nana. I'm not going to let Nana go scot-free. I'm going to speak to Nana almost every time. How many of us have already taken numbers of people we are sitting by today, just now?
How many? Hey, you might be sitting next to the next Dangote, you don't know. No, for real.
So you see, organizations things are going to change. Challenges are going to come. Whilst you are going up, you'll be hit by serious issues. How do you navigate that? You need to have a lot of network. A lot. And thankfully, I had Ken at that time, and then that brought me out of that quote-unquote storm. You understand? So, we need to really build our network properly.
Definitely. Your network, they say, is your net worth. I can see George Coy in the building. How are you doing, George? Fantastic. Amazing guy. Round of applause for George, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Yeah, so your network is your net worth. It's essential that you build that network. Now, Nana, the network is important, especially because we foresee these challenges happening. Anything could happen. You could wake up tomorrow and your company doesn't exist anymore. You could wake up tomorrow and your role is redundant, so it means you need to fall on somebody. A lot of these things are very extraneous to yourself. But then again, a lot of people are at odds as to how to navigate these extraneous variables, because it's nothing to do with them. It's to do with everything else around them but them. Find yourself in a situation like this. How do you sidestep it?
Okay, so I'm going to share my own personal challenges. So when I finished high school, I had the opportunity to go to university. I always wanted to be a pediatrician. So I got to university, but what I wanted to do, there wasn't much finances to support that. So I got into weekend school. But at that time, I realized an opportunity. So weekend school, that means I would go to school Friday evenings and Saturdays. So I told my dad that I want to work. And this is me at 17. I want to work. My dad was like, "Are you sure?" I said, "Okay." So I started doing a receptionist work. Worked for 3 years. So virtually through my 4 years in uni, I worked. But the amazing thing for me was that at the end of the 4 years, I had 4 years working experience. So it's a matter of making the most of what comes your way. So yes, I didn't get things the way I wanted, because I always wanted to just go to uni and experience the campus life. I never did. But I had to sort of exchange that for something else, which has really helped me today, because I always say that has sort of catapulted me ahead, versus if I had just gone the normal route. So again, it's important to look at what you have. So the networking bit is important. One personal value for me is never burn your bridges. And I can confidently say that I've worked in 4 organizations throughout my career. And every single head of that organization will gladly take me back any day.
A round of applause for that, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause.
Because I leave because it's time to leave, but you just don't burn your bridges when you move. A lot of times we don't do that. We don't maintain that relationship. We just move on. I've got a better job. It pays better. Forget, whatever, and move on. But it's important you continue to create that connection, because at a very minimum, that is where your network starts from. The people you've worked with before, they know your worth. I always say when you join a new organization, it's the most challenging thing, because you need to prove yourself over again. But wherever you are, before you leave, they know your worth. They know the value you've created. They know what you can do. They know you inside out. But when you move on, you now have to start all over. And you need to prove to a new set of people how valuable you are. So never burn your bridges. Always keep those relationships, because they would help you at a time when you need it the most.
So never burn your bridges. Mr. La, would you have me back if I came? Yes, so hope.
Okay, so I just want to share my personal experience, just as Nana did. Just when I lost my job and I needed some sort of support of finances, a friend who runs a piano school asked me to be MC at the ceremony where kids would play their recital, whatever, the parents are there and all that. So I was there. I mean, I emceed the program, and then I met this gentleman. We spoke after. I said, oh, okay, I'm the HR for Olam Ghana Limited. We spoke. I mean, he's known me for some time at church, singing and all that. And then he said, okay, I'll give you a job. The moral of what I'm saying is this. You might never know what you're doing now will take you to. What you are doing now is maybe a preparatory ground for what you're about to get in the future. But if you don't do it well, the key point is this: diligence, doing it and doing it well. Because out of that will build experience. Out of that you're going to build network. You're going to meet a lot of people. But if you do it anyhow, you will not get what you're supposed to get out of it. And then, I mean, life is like a school. If you don't graduate from that section, you're going to be there. So you need to finish that course. You need to get what you must get from it, and then that will propel you into the future. But most of us, when we get jobs, we feel like, oh, this is nothing. This is not what I'm expecting. I want to be like Nana. So let me just let me wait until Nana's role comes up, then I will go into that role. No, whatever comes, take it and then have your own aspiration towards gaining that pedestal where you want to be, and then you move forward to that. But if you just relax and then tell yourself that I don't want that, this is not what I want, this is what I want, you become choosy, there's going to be a lot of problem.
Definitely, there's going to be a lot of problems. And I'm staying with you, Hope.
Yeah.
I mean, you told a very interesting story about meeting somebody and him offering you a job. It shows you that it doesn't matter the environment you find yourself in, wherever you put your hands to, wherever you speak to, it's just about proving yourself. Now, there are a lot of young people here that would love to prove themselves. But then again, they need certain skill sets to be able to prove themselves that they may not have. And will prove to be a stumbling block later in their careers. I mean, what would you recommend that they do to bridge the skills gap?
I would say one, volunteer. So Lene is organizing career clinic. What can I do to support Lene? What can I offer? What can I bring on board? We find ourselves in a society where we are money conscious. Of course, we need to pay our bills. Of course, we need to transport ourselves from our homes to wherever the program is going on. But once you have the mindset of money, there'll be a problem. You need to take that off, build the experience, get what you must get out of it, and then money will follow. But if you are going for the money first, instantly you are going to lose it. So concentrate on building the experience. So volunteer in projects, volunteer in activities that are going on, maybe in the community. What are you looking up for? Is there something going on that I need to be part of? Through that, you're going to meet people. Sometimes you need to walk into a company and tell them, hey, I want a job, but I don't want you to pay me. Allow me to just work for you for 6 months. I had a lady come to our job, our business, where she is into supply chain. She just offered to work. I mean, you're not going to pay her. More like internship. Some companies pay internship, but we don't. So you just need experience. Out of that, somebody can see that, and that would leverage into a different thing altogether. But when you sit at home and you think, okay, the thing should fall on your laps, it's not going to happen. Sometimes you need to move out there and get it done. Get some volunteer jobs, get to companies, ask them, is there something I can do for free? Sometimes free can get you bigger jobs.
Wow. To be fair, I've actually had some of my biggest opportunities in life from doing things for free.
Yeah.
And I can attest, I'll give my testimony later about how doing things for free got me there. But then again, Nana, so these setbacks will come, whether you like it or not, they would come. But then again, how do we flip them on their heads and turn them into comebacks?
Okay, so I was just taking note of something I wanted to share, which is in line with your question, and it's about sacrifice. So in my second employment, I actually left at the time I left my first employment, I was in a higher role, supporting the CEO of the company. And then I quit and saw another role in another organization as a receptionist. So during the interview in the second company, I was actually asked, or actually told, that Nana, you meet the requirements of the receptionist role, but the only reason why we won't give you the job is because you won't stay long in the role. And I pleaded and told them, please give me this job. Where I left was a small company. This one is a bigger company, so even if it's receptionist, I'll do it. But I knew what I was about. And they were right. I didn't stay long in the role, but I stayed in the company for 4 years, so that was worth it anyway. So I identified the HR officer or the HR executive in the new company, and I told her, I want to be an HR person. I'm studying HR in school, and I really want to pursue it. So she said, okay, that's fine, you can understudy me. So I had to sacrifice time, because during the day, I'll do my receptionist work, but as soon as I close, I will spend at least 2 hours going to help her with filing, doing memos, just a few things, just to gain the experience. Lo and behold, 3 months later, she was leaving, and guess who she recommended for the job? Me. So sometimes you would make certain sacrifices that wouldn't make sense. To everyone else, it won't make sense, because if you look at your CV, and again, you are following that ladder, it won't make sense, because why would you leave executive assistant to CEO to become a receptionist? It doesn't make sense. But you sometimes need to make those sacrifices to gain better things in future. And there's also that bit about money in the same line. But again, managing challenges. Another bit of networking I just want to mention is that you don't only manage up. So because you want to move up, you work with the bosses of the company. There is a group of people you shouldn't underrate. The cleaners, the receptionists, the people that would support you along that journey. The security man. Some people feel very big when they get a job, and then they forget all these people. But sometimes you never know where that feedback trail is coming from. What the CEO will be hearing about you, maybe what the security man or the cleaner is saying about you. It's very, very important. And I always take pride in the fact that even when years after I move on from a company, sometimes I get a call from a driver, hello, Nana, just checking on you. You helped me so much. And it gives me so much pride that even if the CEO never called me, and at least somebody remembered me or remembered what I have done for them, it's enough for me. So it's important to really look at these things and not just manage up, but try and make sure that you respect the people you meet as you go up within the organization.
Definitely, because they're the same people you meet as you come down as well. So final words from you, Hope. We are on the trajectory of turning setbacks into comebacks, and you shared some very great insights with us, but there's just one key thing I would want you to share with us. There are times when you just want to give up. Charlie, let's say no go be. Let me just walk out. These problems are beyond me. In situations like that, where there's a lot of despair, where you feel there's no help whatsoever as an employee, where there's that tendency of your career abruptly curtailing. I mean, in your shoes as a people developer or a person developer, I don't know which of them is right. It's a very technical term in your realms. I mean, in your capacity. I mean, what do you do?
Okay, so let me speak with from my personal experience one more. So once you find yourself in a situation where things are just overwhelming and you want to get yourself out of it, first of all, identify where you are. Sometimes we do not identify where we are, and we see ourselves to be all over the place, but you need to know that this is where I find myself in. Appreciate where you are. Celebrate what you have achieved so far. We don't recognize ourselves. If I should ask all of us one more time, who would you say is the best in your field of work? I'm sure you have 2 or 3 people to mention without mentioning yourself. When you find yourself in a challenge, identify that you have chalked some successes previously. that is what would sort of navigate or help you through the storm. You have been through this before, so you are capable of going through and then coming out successfully. But if you forget what you had, there's no way you can get what you want. So you need to appreciate that, okay, I've been through this before, I have gone through it. You might, okay, so someone will say, okay, I've never been through it before. It's your first time. But there are people you can speak with. That's why mentorship is key. That's why networking is key. To speak to somebody when you find yourself in a position where you want to despair. Speak to somebody who might have gone through similar challenge, and the person can give you some insight on what the person did. So for me, for instance, once I find myself in a situation like that, there's always somebody for the first time for me to call. Ken Entry. I'll call his name anywhere. I'm going through this challenge. How do I go about it? And he'll say, okay, do that, do that, do that. I say this again. A lot of us think working 8 to 5 is that's it. I mean, I get work, I get to the office by 8 o'clock, I work up to 5 p.m. and that's it. No, work actually starts for me after 5 p.m. You have to do a lot of things before other people come in to join. So by the time they are coming in, you are ahead of them. That's what will make you relevant. To navigate the storm, you have to spend more time than you usually would do to be able to navigate through it. So I would leave the office. I would not leave the office until Ken Entry leaves the office when I was at head office. I will stay till Ken will leave. I'll ask myself, so what if he needs something and there's nobody to give him? Or there's something he needs and there's nobody available. So I need to be around so that I give him that. And then those who stay in the kitchen gets to eat first, right?
Thank you very much. A round of applause for our panelists, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause, a round of applause. You can do better. You can do better. Thank you. So we'll take questions. We'll take a few questions. Please, are you ready with the microphone? Thank you. We'll take a few questions. If you have questions, please raise your hand. We'll walk up to you. Okay, there's a hand up here. And our able panelists would be happy to help. Thank you. So please introduce yourself and then ask your question. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Caleb Dazi. I'm from the University of Ghana. I want to know how you find mentor and how you can build a mentor relationship. How do you build mentor relationship?
Thank you very much, Caleb. So would you take that or you take it? Or both of you will take it?
Okay, so building a mentoring relationship starts with determining what you are looking for. The mentor is not a superhero who would do everything for you, but you need to identify, do that SWOT analysis, identify what your weaknesses are, what your opportunities to develop are, and then match it against someone who is established in that, or someone who has the experience in that, who can then guide you to navigate those challenges. So it starts with understanding yourself, being aware of yourself, and then identifying someone who can help you to become the best version of yourself.
Hope you want to add something to that?
I initially wanted to ask him a question. What do you want to become in future, if I may ask? Do you mind?
Entrepreneur, but I want to take the step employee for the entrepreneur.
Okay, but do you have people around you who have started their own business?
Yes, informal sector.
Informal. Okay, then that means that you need to build your network, like we rightly said. So once you have people around you, someone who have been through the business terrain probably may not be the kind of business you want to do, or you need to find somebody who is doing the kind of business you are doing, so the person can offer support to you, because you need that support. If the person is into that same business, maybe 4 years or 5 years, that person can hold your hand and tell you that, do this, do that, don't do this, don't do this. It becomes easier. You are learning from the person's mistakes. So you correct all the mistakes the person made. So it means that you are starting 4 years ahead. You're not going to make the same mistake the person did. So you need to watch your circle of influence. Who around you is into that same business? If you don't find that person, it means that you need to move out of that circle to get somebody who connects more with you. You understand? I wouldn't go looking for somebody who is in a mentor who is into maybe oil and gas, or is into aeromarine, or is into something else. No. I'm an HR person. I can do this for the rest of my life. So I need somebody who is into HR, has done it for 5-10 years, and can direct me. And that's the person I have as Kennedy. Yes.
Thank you. A round of applause. Thank you very much. Do we have any more questions? If you do have, please raise your hands. Okay, there's a hand up here.
Thank you very much. So I'm Davido from the University of Ghana. I'm in my second year. So I would like to ask a follow-up question. So talking about the mentorship, sometimes you like to connect with someone. There's someone you look up to, but there will be a case where the Bluetooth device is not ready to pair. So with someone in that situation, like what advice will you give to that person?
The advice I'll give is that push until you get the person to connect. For people are busy. I told one of my interns who left and wants to come and do the national services that people are busy. They don't have time. Make life comfortable for them. What service have you offered the person to kind of ease the pressure they are going through? So you might want to see the person and say, okay, I see you are very busy. Can I do this aspect of your work for you? Through that, you are building the relationship. People will only allow you into their circles after you have built relationship with them. Because he will be my friend, and I can tell him stuff because he's my friend. Or I can allow him to my space because we become friends for many years or for some time. You understand? So to develop a mentor, to have a mentor, it means that somebody who is within your circle, who you have built relationship with over a period. So it means that you don't have to just jump and say, I want you to be my mentor. What kind of relationship have we built so far? Do I know you? Do I know that you are coming to somebody, you are just coming for information from me and go and give to somebody else? No. I need to build relationship with you first before you come into my circles. Else, I will not be able to, the Bluetooth will not pay.
Do you want to add anything to that?
Yes, so it's important to understand the difference between mentoring and coaching, like Hope mentioned. And for mentorship, there should be that relationship. Okay, it allows the journey to thrive, because it's different from coaching. Coaching is usually, I need this, then you contract with the coach, and then over a period of time. But mentoring is more of a personal interaction. The person shares more from within than more of a structured coaching approach. So it's important to have that relationship. I think that is the beginning. And if you would also share with the person what's your vision or what's the outcome of the mentoring, to what end do you want the person to mentor you? What have you seen in the person? Because sometimes if the person also feels there is nothing they can do to help you, they would be resistant to the mentoring program because they don't feel they have anything to offer. So you would have to pitch yourself up against the person to say, I've identified this in your journey, in your experience, which I know would really be beneficial to me as an individual. And that's where you start the conversation.
So there's what we call self-put. You have to do the self-put. You have to do that. You have to. The person doesn't need you. You need the person. So you need to be constantly available for the person to do the stuff.
Yes, necessary. And always create a certain degree of value around yourself. So when the person sees that value, they understand that they can actually contribute to increasing that value. Because everybody likes accomplishments. You say if they see you as an accomplishment, it gives you an opportunity to get closer to them as well. Any more questions, please? Yes. Okay, so there's one here, then there's two there. So don't worry, we'll come to. Yeah. So, okay, so you can just pass it to him and then pass it to her, and then we'll come to you. Okay,
Hello.
thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Joel from the University of Ghana, and my brother was talking about you have to be on shishe. Me, for instance, from school, I go straight to the house. No, I don't know. How can I
How can you find a mentor?
Yes, please.
Okay, so they'll answer.
Do that, Oshisha.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't know anyone. I don't know anyone. I don't know any company to go to.
All right, so platform like this is good for you to meet people. So Nana is available, a senior advisor. She's available.
But how do you know people if you limit your places of, you know? I mean, so for a lot of us, I mean, growing up, the reason why we have a very extensive network is because we go to a lot of events. We use social media properly. So are you on LinkedIn?
No, please.
Please open a LinkedIn account now. Okay. So take advantage of all the events you go to. Sometimes you can actually strategically position yourselves at certain places to meet people. I know somebody who used to go to Kempinski every day to buy a bottle of Coke. No, for real. He used to go there every day to buy a bottle of Coke just because he wanted to meet a certain caliber of people. And it worked. So don't limit yourself between traveling between your room and your lecture hall. Go to events, meet people, speak to when you're leaving. I mean, take at least 5, 6, 7, 8 phone numbers. There are a lot of big men and women here. There are a lot of wonderful people that would have an effect on your career going forward. So expand, be expansive in your interactions, and you will meet people. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Change your strategy.
Hi, I'm Abigail from the University of Ghana. I find myself as someone who would, aside wanting to work corporate, also wants to dive into the field of the catering industry, yes. And from the way the conversation is going, I realize that in pursuing careers such as HR, you need to be quite consistent. And I want to know, as myself, how do I properly build that consistency? Because I don't want to leave one and then, ignore the other totally. So how do I create that balance in pursuing that different career prospects? Yes.
Okay, so just a follow-up question to clarify. So when you say you want to be in corporate, as in you want to work in the corporate world and you want to do catering as well?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. So it's possible. I'll be wrong if I sat here and told you it's not possible, because people have done it. But it will take a lot. First of all, you need to know what you want. I recently chanced on a lady on LinkedIn. She's a caterer, and she has an active LinkedIn page, and I was very interested. So I followed her on LinkedIn. And the way she packages her content, it's directed towards the corporate world, because, a lot of organizations offer lunch to employees. And she, just said, she puts in recipes and menus and all that and says, if you need someone to cater for your organization, I'm here. I'm a professional chef, I'm this and that. So you need to know what you want. Do you just want to work in the corporate world and have a business on the side that is into catering? But that would take a lot of time, effort, and investment as well. Personally, I ran a small business for 2 years. I was just passionate about, hair accessories and things. So I started a very small business on the side. I put in a lot of my heart into the business. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, and it was difficult. I actually went through, maybe sometimes I call like a period of depression just around that, because I really wanted it to work. So it would take a lot, but it is possible. But like I said, you need to plan very strategically where you are now and where you want to be. What are the sacrifices that you need to make? How can you maximize what you have now to even start that catering journey whilst you still work on that corporate ambition as well? So I will say it's possible, but it will take a lot of time and effort and determination to make that work.
To add to what Nana said, what do you want to be noted for or to be known for? Is it the caterer or the HR person. We know Usain Bolt to be who he is. One thing. We know Nelson Mandela, we know Muhammad Ali to be just one thing. You may have other things to do that you may do that will bring you income, or that may bring you some kind of enjoyment. You just like doing it. Some people may be HR, but they like photography. So they want to have a studio and do that. But all of these are different things altogether. They will need your attention, number one. To be a caterer, you need to be there to ensure that somebody doesn't do something you don't want. To be an HR person, you need to be there to solve people's problems. You can't divide yourself. You are not the Holy Spirit to be everywhere. You cannot be at one place at one time. So what do you want to be noted for, to be a master of? Is it the HR or the catering? You determine that. I know my HR, my colleague HR, she does a bit of catering, cooking, baking cake and all that. Do you want to do that, just something small because you have passion for catering, or you want to be in the corporate environment where you are noted to be the CEO of this company? So you need to determine that and then define it properly for yourself. Else you would grow and you realize that you are not known for one thing. You should be known for one thing.
Oh, amazing. So Chichi will be here. She's an HR person and a caterer, so watch out for her segment. You probably glean a few things from it. So it's possible, but like you said, be known for one thing, but don't take away your attention from the other as well. It is possible. I mean, I've done 10 things at the same time before, so it's possible. He's about to blow my cover. Any more questions, please? Yes. There's one here. And before we take the question, we have a lot of people joining us online as well. So aside all of the beautiful people in the building, wonderful people online in the virtual metaverse are joining us on the HR Focus Career Clinic. So a big shout out to all my people online that have joined us.
Hi, my name is Frida. I work in the data pharmaceutical industry. So you mentioned something about finding sort of a gap in your workplace and then bringing the value that you have into that space. So I'm in HR and I work in the pharmaceutical space. I see that we are driving more into the pharmaceutical industry and then everything is being left behind. It will require special skill for me to bridge any gap in the pharmaceutical space that we are moving into. How do I navigate that, seeing that I'll be left behind in the HR field or in any other department in the company, and I'll need the very special skill to move into that space?
So I'll say then it means you need training. If you need certain skills to be able to bridge that gap, probably if you have to go back to school or you have to take an online tutoring or education or whatever. Now we have Coursera, we have LinkedIn Learning, you have a lot of materials available for you to learn. Bridging the gap may be quite daunting, but it depends on you. If it takes skills, get the skills to bring the value to the company. Wherever you can get the skills, get it. It may not be in a short while, maybe in a long while, but you are going to leave an indelible mark on the company. You'll be noted for that person that was able to do this. So to leave that mark, make sure you do what it takes. Learn that skill. If it has to be a mentoring section from somebody you know or somebody who can give you that guidance, take it from the person. If it has to be online, take it. If it has to be you having to close at 5 o'clock to go to school, do it, just because there's a certain name tag that must come to you.
Thank you very much. I wish I could take more questions, but we are very, very pressed for time. But please write all your questions down. We'll have an opportunity to answer every single one of them. So I'd like to say a big, big thank you to Nana. Give us a wave. Give us a wave. Give us a wave. Nana with a beautiful smile. A round of applause for Nana, ladies and gentlemen. And for the man who always keeps hope alive and gives us hope. A round of applause for hope as well, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, are we scared? The more you clap, the more money you get in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. Let's give it up for hope. So our panelists will leave us. A round of applause for them. We'll definitely have an opportunity to speak to them later and hear from them. Thank you very much. Thank you. So before we move on to the next segment, please, if you don't have the number of the one sitting next to you, please get it now. That's an exercise for you. Thank you. And please, the number is just for professional purposes. Just to clarify. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are warming up for our first keynote speech. The one who will be delivering it is somebody who wears a lot of jackets. He's wearing a beautiful one today, but he wears a lot of jackets. So you take a lot of inspiration from him because he does quite a lot. He's a brand and a PR expert. He's a TV producer and presenter, events producer and manager, copywriter, radio presenter, voiceover artist, actor, and CEO of Image Bureau. He has a master's degree in communications from the University of Ghana. And in the last decade and beyond, he's earned a solid name for himself as one of Africa's most respected communications, branding, events, PR, and media, with a thorough list of works to show for. Image Bureau represents the works of many high-value organizations in Ghana, top among them being the McDan Group of companies. Is there anyone here who was old enough to have met the taxi driver era? Anyone who was in the taxi driver era? So we all remember Abuachi, don't we? So with a round of applause, shall we invite Mr. George Quay, representing the McDan Group. Thank you very much. But we can do it better for George Quay. We can do it better. A round of applause, a round of applause, a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My head is pretty presidential, so if you're at the back, you may not see me. You may have to stand. How are you all doing? It is an honor to be here on behalf of Dr. Daniel Macaulay, who really did want to be here. Trust me when I say that he tried all he could to get out of his current engagement. But that is the problem with people who have a lot on their hands. The man does have a lot on his hands, so he sent me to be here in his stead because he identifies with people like you and people like me, and he knew that he could not just leave you hanging, so he needed to pull me off another very important assignment to share a few words with you. So I would read portions of a speech and then I would go on and share my own experience because this is career. I'm happy to be here because I think this is the first career clinic I've ever attended in my life. Yes, I deserve an applause. Today I stand in the stead of Dr. Daniel Macaulay to discuss a topic that is not only relevant but also essential in our evolving world, building resilience in times of crisis. We live in an era marked by constant change, where unforeseen challenges can disrupt our career path in the blink of an eye. The world we live in is no stranger to crisis, whether it is a global pandemic, economic downturns, technological disruptions, or conflicts. The path to success is often riddled with obstacles. One major crisis that affected all of us in the very recent past is the COVID-19 pandemic. Businesses have collapsed. Some will never come back, just like the lives that we have lost. The challenges individuals face, however, are not only macro ones that are beyond our control. Personal setbacks, including attitude, relationship with loved ones, and even our health can lead us into crises of all kinds. In these moments of adversity, we have opportunities to showcase our resilience and transform setbacks into stepping stones towards success. It is important to note that resilience is not the absence of stress, but the ability to adapt and recover when we encounter stressful situations. It is the ability to adapt to new circumstances, learn from our experiences, and bounce back as quickly as we can. Throughout history, countless individuals and organizations have faced formidable crises, only to emerge stronger and more successful than ever before. Their stories serve as beacons of hope and guidance, demonstrating that resilience is not just an innate trait, but a skill that can be matured and developed. There are a few nuggets that I would like to share with you, a few examples. In the 90s, Apple was on the brink of bankruptcy. They introduced innovative products like the iMac, iPod, iPhone, and iPad. We should go around this room. I'm sure the majority of phones we may find are iPhones. True or false? iPhone users, show by hand. Hey, you're flexing me. Their stories, are quite innovative, and they redefined the entire industry and propelled Apple to become one of the world's most valuable and successful companies. We all know Netflix. It began just as a DVD rental by mail service, but faced a crisis when its primary competitor, Blockbuster, dominated the market. However, Netflix adapted to changing consumer preferences by transitioning to online streaming. Now they have become a global streaming giant, fundamentally changing the entertainment industry. Then there is KFC. Founded by Colonel Harlan Sanders in the midst of the Great Depression, initially Colonel Sanders faced numerous rejections and failures while trying to franchise his chicken recipe. Despite these setbacks, he persevered and eventually found success by selling his franchise model, showcasing early resilience. He was approximately 65 years old when he started KFC. So what is your excuse? We all know the story of Dr. Daniel Macaulay. I'm sure we've heard it time and again, and I'm sure even if you go online, you're going to see it. Anybody here who hasn't seen or read this book? It's called The Path of an Eagle, Despair, Hope, and Glory. This is Dr. Daniel Macaulay's book, and I'm sure you can get one. It's not for sale. I'm sure maybe later on we can collect names of those who may want copies, and then we can arrange to let you have copies. Everything you need to hear from Dr. Daniel Macaulay is right here in this book. It tells you the tale of a young man who had no hope, a young man who had no idea where to turn, a young man who wasn't as privileged as many of you may be today. A young man whose path shouldn't lead to where he is today. A young man whose story is one that should inspire the world. A young man who once walked barefooted, but today runs one of the biggest conglomerates on the African continent. Only recently, the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, commissioned Africa's largest salt extraction mine, that is the Songo concession, which is being run by Electrochem Ghana Company Limited, one of the many subsidiaries under the Macdan group of companies. And those that have followed the story of Songo, that extraction pit, if I can call it that, is a story on its own. It is a true story of adversity, a crisis. When Electrochem inherited it, it was nowhere near where they have brought it to. Of course, there were a lot of battles, even with the locals, because that is the source of livelihood for many. And we would all admit that nobody makes omelets without breaking eggs. So naturally, when a big brand steps in, there will be problems. But vision, resilience, hard work, community involvement, collaboration, and giving back to society has birthed an industry that can become a major foreign exchange earner for Ghana in the next few years. I think the Macdan group of companies deserves an applause for that. When I was introduced, a number of things were mentioned, the things that I do. I heard our panel, and a lot of things that you hear when you speak to HR experts. There's one particular question: what do you want to be in the near future? I once had a mentor ask me, where do you see yourself in the next 10 years? I said, dead. And he said, you're crazy. I said, no. He said, why would you say dead? Because I said, well, that's the one thing we all cannot control. If somebody asks you, where do you see yourself in the next 5 years? I don't think death would be one of the things you would say. But is it a possibility? Is it a possibility? Because that's the most inevitable thing nobody can control. It doesn't matter how wealthy you are. It doesn't matter how creative you are. It doesn't matter how intelligent you are. It doesn't matter how poor you are. It doesn't matter how stylish you are. It doesn't matter how tall, short, fine you are. That is the one thing you cannot control. So it was a very difficult question for me to answer, because Because every time I ask myself, what if I said I wanted to be a pilot? What if I said I wanted to be a doctor? What if I said I wanted to be an engineer? What if I said I wanted to be a rapper? Funny enough, back in GSS, I thought I was going to be a musician. I can still rap, actually. The point I'm trying to make is you can be anything you want to be. And that was why I decided to be an actor. Because it is the one thing that gives you the opportunity to be anything you want to be at any time. But what acting did for me as a person was that beyond putting me on the stage or on the screen, it gave me the opportunity to identify myself in too many different ways. Show by hand if you're in this room and you have never, ever, ever told a lie before in your life. Show by hand. So that the thunder would strike you quickly. If you have never told a lie before, show by hand. If you have ever told a lie before, then you're an actor or an actress. That's what we do. Every time you watch an actor on screen, you watch an actor on stage, that person is telling you a lie. That person is living a lie. But the other thing that person is telling you is that you have abilities within you. If somebody plays a pastor for so many times, when you see that person in real life, you think that person is actually a pastor. Does that sometimes happen? Who here thinks Jason Statham cannot drive? If I told you Jason Statham cannot drive, you know Jason Statham, the transporter guy. If you heard that he cannot drive, would you believe it? You won't believe it. But because acting has made you believe that, yeah, this is one of the world's finest drivers, right? If I told you that maybe, just maybe, Jackie Chan cannot even throw his leg once, would you believe it? Good. If you have ever told a lie before, that should let you realize that you have the ability to be any and everything you can be. In 2006, before 2006, 2004, I graduated from the University of Ghana. I probably would have been a lawyer if my very good friend, two very good friends of mine, one of them is in this room right now, they wasted my time in Legon playing Scrabble when I should be studying. One of them is the man you know as Mr. Senyo Hosi. The other one is my brother who just walked in there, Mr. Bernard Avle. We wasted our times playing Scrabble. He probably would have been a doctor. He ended up in radio. And me too, this is where life brought me. But you know, it was good because we discovered abilities that we didn't even think we had. What I can tell you for sure is that if you're in this room, you are listening to me, you can be anything you want to be. I mean anything. Forget the fact that you were not the smartest student when it came to science. You can even be a doctor. Forget the fact that you were not the best debater when it came to English class or Writers and Debaters Club or anything. You can still be a lawyer. Who here believes you were created in the image of God? You all believe that. And you know who God is. So if you were made in the image of God, where are the limitations? Where are the impossibilities? What stops you? In 2004, we graduated. I was going to leave the country and go and sweep London. Because back in school, that's what we're doing. Vacations, you travel outside, you go sweep a little, make some money, come to campus, flex the girls. Yeah. So right after school, I planned leaving. Then a boss of mine called and said, Wijimi, Oko Edeng, Oko Pra, Brian Yujuma. This was Mr. Richard Premper, CEO of Village Communications. Village Communications was a company that produced the Taxi Driver series. Over there, I learned television production. One of the first assignments that I was given was distance learning, English for GSS. I don't know if anybody saw it. It was then on GTV. Our presenter was Nayeli Hadefia. I was the producer. And there were drama sketches that we needed to film and insert. Those films were shot over the weekend. A lot of the times, the cameramen would not show up because the money was not a lot. I was a producer. I wanted to get results. Because like one of your panel members said, I needed to do ahosheshe. I needed to catch the attention of the CEO. I needed to prove myself and let them know that I could do it. So though the crew had their reasons for not coming, I would still go. Sometimes you didn't even have money for transportation, but I would find a way to get there. I would pick the camera myself. I'll set it up myself. Sometimes I would get my girlfriend, who's now my wife, to go with me, and she would hold the boom microphone for me. We would record. I'll sit behind the computer to edit it, though I did not even know how to edit. I'll sometimes go on YouTube, follow instructions. Then I would edit it, get it ready, and send it to GBC for transmission. Today, where that gentleman is standing, if he decided to fall down and faint, I can stand behind that camera and operate it probably better than him. If we finish filming, I can take the clip, sit behind a console, and edit it myself. When you bring me a tape, I can tell you where the faults are with the sound. Just because, like he said, I needed to do ahosheshe. I needed to prove myself, so I pushed myself beyond the limit to learn things I didn't think were relevant. But today, all those things have helped shape who I am. In 2006, I got two very interesting calls. The first call came from Uncle Ebo White of Roverman Productions. He asked me to join him. Those were just the beginnings. The same week, I got a call from Charterhouse to become a copywriter for the Multiple Concept Group, Multiple Concept Advertising. I was a graduate of the School of Performing Arts. I had acting in me. I knew nothing about events and copywriting. Which would you choose if you were me? Yeah. You would choose events. Events hadn't even come into the conversation yet. Yes, which would you choose? What you know? Roverman, exactly. And that was where I was going to go, honestly. That's the choice I wanted to make. You know why? Because it came to me naturally. My brother here will tell you I was one of the best from the School of Performing Arts. So it was a good choice for me to join Roverman Productions. I wanted to. Then again, I had a convo with my wife, who was then my girlfriend. She said, but this one is easy for you. It's something you can do. Why don't you try this other one to see if you may learn something new? It was a scary decision at the time for me. Again, because I have always wanted to prove myself, show that I can do it. Why should I join a company which would probably not appreciate my skills because I do not know anything about what they do? I have not produced an event before. I have not done any copywriting or whatever it is before. But I went in there. Yes, the first year was tough. By 2007, I was given Stars of the Future. Anybody knows that music reality TV show? The show that discovered Ifya and a number of Iron Logan. And that was my first production, was handed to me. I messed up the first season, but the subsequent seasons we picked it up. Then I was handed Agro. Agro was also trying with David Onto, who saw that as well. We did that as well. Then I was handed It Takes Two with the Chairman General, Kwame Sefakai. By 2010, I was handed arguably the biggest entertainment event south of the Sahara, the Ghana Music Awards. It's not been an easy journey. But the ahosheshe that he mentioned over there, trust me, don't joke with it. The ahosheshe that he mentioned over there, and I picked up a lot of things that he said. I recall very well, I would get into Charterhouse very early in the morning. The CEO would come in at about 11. He left very late, and he won't come in early in the morning. He would come in at about 11 or 12, maybe earliest 10 a.m. He would leave at about midnight. I would stay and either leave with him or leave after he has left. Because I did not want him to want anything and there was nobody there. I wanted the name George Quay to become common in his mouth and in his head. If he turned around, I wanted George Quay to be there. If he woke up in the morning, I wanted George Quay to be on his mind. If he coughed, I wanted George Quay to be on his lips. Even if he went to the bathroom, I wanted George Quay to be what came out of his tummy. That is why once upon a time in a university in the States, a beverage company placed a refrigerator for free. Drink, drink, drink for free. One day, a marketing executive from the brand was asked, why do you put it there for free? He said, because you're going to spend 4 years in the university. Drink it for free. By the time you step out, you're addicted. you will buy. It is branding. If you imprint something on somebody's mind and you grow it, you make it good, you make it believable, you make it acceptable. I'm speaking to you. Look at yourself as a brand. Why should they choose you? What do you stand for? Why am I here speaking today in the stead of one of the most successful entrepreneurs in Ghana, Dr. Daniel Macaulay? It is because you make yourself available. You do not just make yourself available. You do well to stand out. And when you're called upon, you do whatever it takes to shine. There is nothing like I do not know how. This has made everything possible. If you really want to know how, you will know how. Like he said, if you're not on LinkedIn or any other social media platform, then you're too far behind. You're like 60 years behind. The world is in your hands now. If you want to step up, step out, be seen, be counted, be known for something, like he said, it is in your hands. Again, I extend the apologies of Dr. Daniel Macaulay for not being able to be here with you today. He really would have loved to, but he's also endeared himself somewhere and they are pulling him a lot stronger than we tried to pull him here. Let somebody pull you and let that pull start soon. It is all in your hands. What do you want to be? Good morning.
Can we do it better for Mr. George Cole, ladies and gentlemen? So you know the greatest surprise ever when I found out you were a Ghana. Because I used to watch this guy Abuaje, some, Petri Ashanti boy. Yeah.
Let me. You know what he said was a crisis moment for me. I remember when I went for the auditions for Taxi Driver. There were about 150 or 200 people who wanted to play the role of Abuaje. I got there at about 7 a.m. I was in the queue till 3 p.m. I was hungry. I was tired. When I went in, I remember very well the director, Emmanuel Appiah, Revel Films, Home Sweet Home, and all that. They were all tired. And he was like, "Who are you? And what are you coming to do here?" I said, "Boss, I'm the one whose time you've been wasting. I'm the one you've been looking for. Let everybody go home, pick me, and let's close." And the guy was looking in a script. I think he was looking for something for me to read and act out. So as soon as I said that, he raised it. I said, "Okay, go home, we'll call you. Leave your phone number." I thought at Makoi 2 noon. So I said, "Oh, no." Once I said, no, you don't need to act anything. You don't need, go, we'll call you. Apparently that was the kind of character they wanted. Obi 2 noon for Abuaje. And they had been sitting all day, they were not getting anybody. So a week later, phone rings at home. I could not speak Chi at the time. Well, at least not as fluent as I did in Taxi Driver. When I picked up the call, "Is it George Kwe?" "Yes." "This Village Communications, Taxi Driver, blah, blah, blah. Can you speak Chi?" My first answer was yes, without even thinking. And I started listening to High Life from that evening. And this is how far we've come.
Wow, thank you very much. That was amazing. A round of applause. Chad, I can't stop calling him Abuaje.
It's all right. Even my father, before he died, that was the name he was calling me.
Oh my God, that was iconic, man. We'll take two questions from Mr. George Craig, just 2 questions. Then we'll move on to our next keynote speaker. So, can I have a hand up if you want to ask a question? Okay. Please get the microphone to the gentleman at the back. Thank you.
I've heard over the years you had a short stint with Men's Gold.
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what happened and why you resigned?
Right. Nana Appiah Mensah, for a while, was a friend of mine. We spoke a lot about the creative space. He had a very good heart for the creative space that we have in Ghana. He was actually setting up the Xylophone Village and all that. His vision for the creative sector was huge. That was what endeared me to him. And we started talking. He engaged a number of artists. I held regular soirees and stuff for the creative industry. A lot of actors and musicians have engaged with him on a number of platforms. So when the crisis started, I got drawn by the crisis because some of us have never been motivated by money. It's never been about money. It's about making an impact. It's about getting your name known. It's about, we've always believed that if somebody said, oh, you don't know George Quay, the guy who did this, I think it's a stronger currency than any amount of money you can ever make. And eventually it can't even translate into money in your pocket. So when I saw the crisis, I said, look, you call yourself a communications and PR expert. Imagine if you can help this organization navigate its way out of the hot waters they are in right now. So yes, I got drawn to that. It's trouble is like opium for some of us. We like where the communications or PR trouble is, and then we see how best we can bring our knowledge to help weather that storm. But every communications and PR expert is as good as the team that he's working with. It is not something that you can do alone. It is a chain. You're working with people. There are things that you'd put out and you'd expect certain things to be done. When those things are not done, because there are others in the chain who are either dropping the ball or not rising to the occasion, it makes the job a lot more daunting. And the Men's Gold issue was a critical one. There were a lot of people involved. There was a lot of emotion. There were a lot of emotions involved, naturally. So people that I did not know, people that I had never met before, started attacking me. That you've taken our money. You bring our money, bring our money. It was okay for me. That was what I signed up for. Help solve this problem. But when the people started extending the threats to my family and close friends, people who were totally innocent, people who were not concerned with my business in any way, I realized for their sake, it would probably be appropriate to step down. So I stepped down just so that people who were connected to me in one way or the other would not be attacked needlessly for something they knew absolutely nothing about. That's why. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So we'll take more questions later. A round of applause for Mr. George Quay. We can do it better. Come on, come on, come on. We can do a lot better. Thank you very much. So moving on very quickly. We're moving on very quickly to our next keynote speech. I really don't know how to introduce this man. He's arguably the hardest guy in Ghana. Absolutely. So our next speaker is a broadcast journalist and also the general manager of one of Ghana's most influential media houses, City FM. He's also the founding director of iJournal. Very, very interesting platform. I mean, I could say a raft of things about this media avatar, but then again I'll say very few. With a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, shall we invite up here Mr. Bernard Avle to give us our next keynote address. We can keep it going. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Charlie, by the shadow, you for show me where you saw him for.
The trouser is too short. The tailor didn't get the measurement right. Charlie, thank you. Good morning. Thank you, George. I'm very happy to be here. It's a great pleasure to be part. You know, when we started City, we used to buy food here. And this building, I don't even think I think it was an old building or something. So I didn't know that one day I was going to be speaking here. And I've been working at City since 2004 when we left Legon. And the food is still quality. But they've expanded, you see. So we can use this place as a whole lesson. You know, we used to come and buy Yoke Gari. And the company, the woman, we call her Corday. She's done so well. She's fed so many people. I think Originate guys used to come and buy food here as well. And now she's built something across there. So it's a very powerful thing. So your beginning will be small. Your latter end will be great. Very important. So many things to say. I don't have a lot of time. How much time do I have? 10 minutes, 15, 20, 15. 20 minutes. Okay. You went up 10 minutes. Just give me the sign. So, look, George Quay has said everything. So I don't have a lot to say. I'll just correct the lies in the story he told. We used to play Scrabble together after exams. After exams, we used to play Scrabble. I was studying economics, geography, and maths at Legon, and he was doing some useless course. some of his floor mates were in my class. So when we studied and we played Scrabble, he had nothing serious to do. So when we go to Ekwafu, and this was an XA or something, he played Scrabble with everybody. Things don't work. George Craig, the other one, okay. And which is interesting because relationships are not formed formally. It's Scrabble that we became friends, right? Just playing Scrabble to release tension, but that's a relationship. And relationships are very important, right? I'll talk about relationships later. Two things that make you happy are your accomplishments and your relationships. If you think about life in a long way, two things that make you happy are accomplishments and your relationships. So what is success? We shall talk about success, from crisis to success, something, career, something. Is that a topic? Okay. So I'll talk about crisis. I'll talk about success. I'll talk about career. And about, what's the last word in the topic, Seth? Resilience. So there are 4 power words. Crisis is the first power word. I'll talk a bit about crisis. Then I'll talk about success. Then I'll talk about career. Then I'll talk about resilience. Then I've done my work. Crises are very crucial because they reveal a lot of things. For me, what crisis did for me was it revealed to me who I really was. All right. Now, if you don't go to a crisis, you don't know certain things about yourself. Right. My first major crisis was when I left secondary school. I wanted to fly to the US because my brother flew. That was the main thing. We all want to fly, and it didn't happen for me. So I entered Legon with anger. With a lot of anger. In fact, there were 4 friends. We were in the same church. 2 of them did science. I did art. 1 did business. The first one got 7 A's. Second one got 6 A's. I got 5 A's. The third one got 4 A's. The science students who got 7 A's and 4 A's both got full scholarships to the US. The business student who got 6 A's, he did A level as well. So he went to level 200. Both of us got partial scholarships, but our parents don't have money, so we couldn't go. So both of us went to Legon. He went to level 2 and I went to level 100. So of the 4, I was last. So they didn't pay me. So I made a vow that by the time they come back to Ghana, I'll be somebody to be known. So sometimes when you get rejected and you fail, it really helps you build certain things. So my whole Legon experience of studying a cons jog maths, becoming a student leader, becoming a broadcast journalist was born out of a pain that how can I not get a scholarship to go and study abroad? I was in a debaters club. I was a good speaker. So that was the first thing. So that was the first crisis I had. Second one was that because my father has 8 children, once he pays your fees to university, it's okay. The rest you have to look after yourself. He has 8. So my first job was actually selling science books for a lady who was in my church for JSS. And one of the best things you can ever do for yourself is to do a sales job. So basically I'll pack a big bag and there was orange, blue, and I think green. JSS science, and I'll go from school to school to try and get the science teacher to buy the book in bulk and sell to the students and pay me back later. I think I learned a lot of things in that job, and they were paying me a 7% commission for the books I sold. All right. So crisis is crucial because it also helps you prioritize. When things are going normally, everything is okay, but like when COVID comes, you know what is important, what is not. When you don't have money in your pocket, you know whether this route is the shortest or that. When you have money, a lot of things are easy. So crisis is good. Then the third thing about crisis is that it helps you reveal who your true friends are. Because in crisis or when things are tough or when you face a critical situation, there are people who you didn't know liked you, who like you. And there are people who used to envy you that you didn't know they envied you. But in crisis, Aloski so no a day. You know, like sometimes I say something on air that people misunderstand. And then Charlie, people will be bashing me. And then some people who used to think were your friends, they will join the bashment. All right. Or when like you lose a spouse, like I did, there are people who are really good friends you didn't know, who will come through for you in a way you never knew. So crises are opportunities for reality to expose itself. Very important. So this is a general topic, so I don't have too much time. But what I'm saying is that document your life. One thing that helps me in my life is that I'm able to sit back and look at my life and sort of reflect like he did on his own life. And I think that there have been very important inflection points in my life. Entering Legon was an inflection point where I couldn't go abroad and I went into Legon. There was a day a friend of mine called Leslie Ajavon invited me to come and sit-in for somebody, because on Fridays on Radio Universe they had a program called Weekend Teaser, which was hosted by DJ Black. So DJ Black would do an entertainment show, and then he would have the last 30 minutes a debate segment. So the producer of the show was a guy called Staga. He was in a Commonwealth Hall, and he didn't have anybody because apparently he had produced the show, and the guy who was supposed to turn up didn't turn up. So Leslie Ajavon calls me and said, Charlie Aloski, that you in Presec you were a debater, so there's a debate opportunity at Universe Friday afternoon, so you should go and debate. I didn't even know the topic. I went. So the topic was that they say men and women who are more promiscuous in relationships, and we all know the answer, right? We know it's the men. But since I went last week, they gave me this. I was supposed to defend the men, so I entered the debate hall. The lady is Araba Anand to get a voter hall. She's prepared her notes, and Aloski too went. Charlie, argument, giddy, 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 giddy. All the phone calls said Araba was correct. They said, Aloski, you don't have a point. Only one person supported me. In fact, even the men who called said I didn't have a point. I argued with Araba, argued with DJ Black, argued with I argued my whole. So when we finished, Sankara said, "Are you cry? Who are you?" Then he said, "My arguments don't make sense, but he likes my spirit. So if I am free on Monday, he will train me to be a journalist." So I lost the debate, right? But I said, of course, Mondays I don't have lectures. So he said I should come. I didn't even have any ambition of becoming a journalist. I've never prayed about it. It's never been in my top 10 things I wanted to do. If you ask anybody in my life, there's no journalism anything. But God has a plan for your life. It's very important as well. So one thing you should know about success is sometimes it comes when you take an opportunity. It was happenstance. I didn't plan to go and do that debate. I just said, why not? Let me help out a friend. And I didn't perform that well in the debate anyway. But Sankara sort of took a liking to me. The rest, as they say, is history. So the other thing about success is that it's not everything that you can plan. It's like plan your career. No. Pray for God to give you opportunity. It's not about plan. I'm not saying don't plan. No. How could I have planned my entry into media? If you were God designing my media career, that I will lose a debate on the day I didn't make any sense. In fact, DJ Black me from the studio said, this guy cried, he talked too much because he has to put on the mic for you to talk. I was talking even when the mic was not supposed to be on. But God had put something in me that people thought was a disadvantage. This guy likes talking. But the day that my door opened, that thing he put in me is what opened the door for me. Right? So God will give you something that people will think is useless. Talkative person. You are too quiet. But that day, his true know is what opened the door for him. That day is my talkativeness that opened the door for me. So pray for opportunity. Ask God to give you. Because the only thing God will give you is an opportunity. The Bible says, the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, nor bread to the wise, nor favor to men of skill, but time and chance happen to them all. You can interpret chance to be opportunity. Time and chance happen to them all. So pray to God to give you an opportunity. Now, if the opportunity comes and you're not ready, it's very bad. As I'm sitting here now, if Vladimir Putin enters this room, I have like 1,000 questions I'll ask him. If I get an opportunity to interview President Akufo-Addo today, even if I've not bathed, I'll do the interview. I was born ready. Like, do you understand? So, but I've learned that by experience. So what I'm saying is that live your life so that when opportunity comes, you will not be unprepared. That's what I'm saying. So pray for opportunity. So crisis is great because it reveals reality about people. But the most important thing crisis does is that it lets you know who you are and helps you form some strong things on the inside. All right. Now, what is success? Success is joy. That's my definition of success. It's happiness. So success is not money or cars or fame. It's just I'm happy. What makes me happy? My accomplishments and my relationships. That's me. Some people, girls make them happy. Some people, cars make them happy. But me, what makes me happy is when I accomplish something and when meaningful people in my life are happy. So my kids make me happy. My friends make me happy. So if you want to be happy, if you want to be successful, you must ask yourself what makes you happy. You know what I'm saying? There are many definitions of success. Achieving a goal. You can achieve all your goals and still be miserable. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what's your goal? I want to build a 6-story building. Build it. Does that make you successful? You are successful in English because you have succeeded in building a thing. But what makes you successful as a person? I'm doing what I love. I love media. So whether you tell me to go and do law, whether you think I'm not getting paid well enough, whether you think I'm too skinny is your own problem. I'm happy because I'm doing my best job, living my best life. And I didn't even plan for it. It's not like I plan that I'll do a cons, then I'll do this. No. I'm not saying don't plan. No. Have a relationship with God so that He can lead you. Because you don't know anything. Even all the things He wants to tell you, how much brain do you have in your head to manage it? Do you understand? So, and I'll come to preparation, but I'm trying to tell you that success is joy. And your joy comes from accomplishments. So for me, and it's not even the award. The fact that last week I've opened fire on the Attorney General. Why is he allowing Nam1 to be doing some things? The week later, he went to amend the charges. I've succeeded in getting him to do the right thing. I'm happy. That's just one small example. Yesterday, we fired the motorway. Today, they said they are going to remove some of the toll booths. Small joy, happiness. And your joy doesn't have to be like one big joy. I've gotten married. Hey, no. Small things. Schedule your pleasures because your pain will schedule itself. Schedule your pleasures. So like I rejoice because I'm happy that today the ministry said they will go and do something about the toll booth. They say, but you are so happy. Won't you wait for them to do the 6 lane? No. I may not live long enough to see it. So let me enjoy the small one. Schedule your pleasures because your pain will schedule itself. This is coming from somebody who has seen a bit of pain. So success is joy. So 2 things to develop is your capacity to accomplish things and your relationships. Those are the 2 most important things to build. I went to do an MBA in the UK in 2008. There were 74 people in the class. I was the only Ghanaian. I didn't like the MBA program. Everything was syndicate groups. Everybody thinks they are smart. Everybody thinks they are intelligent. You are from Africa. Who the hell do you think you are? And I'm a radio show host, so you can't defeat me in an argument. Some people didn't like me. I don't remember anything they taught me in the MBA, but one thing I learned is how to work with people you don't like. Because in the syndicate group, there were people who were just annoying. But if you can accomplish together to get an A with people you don't like. So that the lesson is not accounting. The lesson is the change I got from that MBA program. But that's me. So my point is that if you want to be successful, learn how to prepare yourself to accomplish things. And then learn how to develop meaningful relationships. Am I going too fast? So what I'm saying is that your happiness as a person will be based on your accomplishment. And your accomplishment, you have to prepare for it. Now, I'm an effective journalist because I know how to ask questions. I know how to analyze information. And I don't collect people's bribes. So I've equipped myself to be an effective journalist. In your field, you need to know what will make you successful in your field to accomplish things to make you successful. But if you succeed without people, then you are suffering on the relationship side. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's like 2 legs of God gave you 2 legs. So you accomplish, you relate. You relate, you accomplish. Men tend generally to more accomplishment and women tend to more relationships. But both are equally important. Am I making sense? So the most important thing you will get in this program is not what Bernard Abler will say. It may be 2 or 3 people who you start a business with in 5 years' time from this program. It may well be so. I'm not saying it is so. But a lot of times when you go for programs, people won't tell me, right. Meanwhile, the solution to the problem is sitting next to them. Because, by the way, most of the things I'm telling you, it may not work for you because it's not even in your context. But the 2 of you maybe went to the same school. So you can learn more from each other. So the greatest resource is not here, it's the person sitting next to you. But most people think, hey, let me take the shot. No. That's the thing. It's relationships. But they must be meaningful. 3 relationships to develop quickly. You need relationships at the higher level. I have mentors, people who inspire me, right? So even there are some people who I know everything about them. I've never seen them. Everything they've written, I've read it. Every sermon they've preached, I've heard it. And they are posted in their church who don't know anything about them. But me, oh no. I won't mention their names here. Because they are specific to my purpose. So don't say because Ben Adabla listens to Otabil, you are going to listen to Otabil. No, it's different. And I'm not saying I listen to Otabil, this is an example. So you need a mentor. People are busy. So mentorship is great, but I don't have time. This is like my 6th program this week. Sunday, I was preaching at a youth church. Monday, I hosted my show. MC the program in the morning. I forgot the name of the program. Moderator something. I forget the name. Tuesday, GIPC program after breakfast show. Wednesday, after breakfast show, did a live show in the evening, close at 11. Thursday, where was I? Yesterday is Thursday. I don't even know where I was. Somewhere. Went for a meeting at US Embassy to speak to young journalists. Then I went to some place, I forget. Then in the evening, I went to Benti, NG and lecture. Friday, I'm on air again. And I'm here. Tomorrow, I'm tired. But I'm not trying to say that to make you boast. What I'm trying to say to you is that if you don't understand your purpose, activity is not impact. So I'm not successful because I'm doing plenty things. I'm successful because I'm doing what I was born to do, and I know who I am, and I've been prepared for this time. Am I making sense to you? I'm taking too many rabbit trails. My point about mentorship is that there are people whose message will help your life be easier. A mentor is a prediction of your future, right? So there are people who have to mentor me that I can't see, but I must read all their books, listen to their sermons, and apply their lessons, because their experiences will replicate it themselves in my life. So develop the relationships of the mentor. Then your motivator is your friend. George Senyo Hosi, people who are at my level, we are all growing together. Frema Edunyami, Richard Sky. You need people around you who you can grow together and compare notes. They are in different fields. They don't have to be journalists. Do you understand what I'm saying? So your mentor is ahead of you, your motivator is on your side, and your ministry is below you. So there are people I train, Jude Duncan, Caleb Kuda. They must fill the position when I'm not there. So don't forget I said happiness comes from two things: accomplishments and relationships. Relationships you develop at the high level with your mentor, like what we're coming to do here. Your motivator is your colleague, your brother, David and Jonathan. And your ministry is the person you pour into, because you will not promote it to the next level until somebody can fill your space. So the fact that I'm the only person who can host a breakfast show effectively is not necessarily a good thing. I should be able to travel and somebody can sit in. He may not do it as good as I do it, but he should be able to do it too. Do you understand? That's what success is, right? So relationships are very critical. Relationships must be nurtured. Relationships must be value-based, not convenience-based. Your roommate in Legon doesn't have to be your friend. I'm not saying he should be your enemy, but you are united by purpose. Iron sharpeneth iron. It doesn't have to come from my hometown. No. Iron sharpeneth iron, so does a person sharpen the countenance of another. Even in marriage relationships, you need people who are purpose-driven. Do you understand? Because your purpose is very important, and your purpose is specific to you. I hope I'm making sense so far. Now let's talk about accomplishments and how to prepare yourself to do to become better. You need to build on your skills and your knowledge base. All right. Now, this is what I'll say. There are certain things I do successfully today because of some of the jobs I did, which I didn't know was going to help me. As I said, my first job was selling books. Then I went to teach in a school at Adenta called Jeziru Montessori School. So basically, I was like, look, I can't sit at home not do anything. Scholarship has not come. In the year I finished SS in 98. There was a strike in the university. So 99, we couldn't go to the university. All of us were home, right? So I went to university September 2000. Even though we finished SS 98, right? Now those 2 years I had to teach. So I started selling the books. The 8% was not working. I did it for like a year. So I took my CV and I started working from school to school in Adenta that I want to teach. I went to the first school, some school called Nadat School. The headmaster was in there. The school looked some way. Then I walked to some other school across to West Adenta. I met a woman. She's called Mrs. Oman. I said, I want to teach. She says, where are you from? I'm from Presec. Where's your result? 5 A's. What can you teach? I did Geography Economics Maths. Okay, we don't have a maths teacher. Can you teach maths? I said, I can learn. Can you teach science? Why not? If I can teach maths, I can teach anything. So I was teaching class 4 and class 5 maths and science, and I was teaching class 3 RME. Some of my students are doctors today. Oh yes, this is 99. So I taught for a year. I was the first teacher in the school. So when they closed, I'll sit in the school bus to drop people all over Accra. I'll get home at 4 p.m. For the first 3 months, I couldn't do extra classes to gain extra money. But later on, some of the kids started recommending me to their parents. So even though they pay me like 80 something, I don't know, 80,000. I don't even know the figure. I used to get more from classes than I was getting from the school. So when I was in level 100 at Legon, I was still teaching Galamsey. So I learned the art of Galamsey in the teaching profession, which is what is helping me today in my work. Again, it's not the notes. See, the most important lesson you learn is not the salary you get from the teaching. It's the discipline it gives you. You're going to teach kids. How do you communicate to a child? How do you understand? So what I'm saying is that life is not a straight line. So anything you get to do it with all your heart in a way that you will get a skill that nobody can take away from you. Like, if they sack me from City FM today, if they say I shouldn't be a journalist, the things I've gained from City are more than the things I've given City. Right? Spontaneity, clarity of thought, questioning ability, discipline of waking up. I've woken up before 5 a.m. for 20 years. When I was at Radio Universe, so long story short, when I did the Universe thing and I started doing the training for broadcast journalism, Universe training is that even though you're a student, you are a full-time journalist. So Monday to Friday, when you go for in fact, we do the show called Campus Exclusive. So you go 7 to 7:30, then you go and bath and go for lectures. Lectures finish at 10:30, right? You come and write news. We call the news Amania for 12. We didn't have a typewriter. You write the news, and then you may read it for 12, right? Then you go for lunch. Then you go for the 2 o'clock lecture and close at 4:30. Come and produce allergies behind the headlines, which you host at 5. I did that for 4 years. Every vacation, we stay on campus to do work, and we're paid 3 cedis or 30,000, right? Now, did Universe use me? I used Universe because by the time I got to City, I had 4 years of production experience. I was hosting a show called Exposition at night. Nobody was listening to the show anyway, but I didn't care. Right? I produced Allergies program. So I was not working to earn. I was working to learn for 4 years. So when I got to City, I was producing McDiamond and Poladometry for the morning show. They were like, this guy is already ready to host the show. They put me on the morning show 4th December 2004. I was 23 years old because I had 4 years of experience. I hope I'm helping you. So tell yourself that I can't fail. Whatever they give me, I'll do it. And I'll do it so well that if they don't pay me, the lesson I'll get from it, they can't take it. If today Samuel says you won't give me a radio show to do again, what I've gained from 20 years of broadcast journalism, nobody can take it from me. And do you understand? So and the change, every morning I wake up before 5. It's not because I'm a disciplined guy. I have to be on air by 6. So don't try to be disciplined. Put yourself in a position that will force you to be disciplined. Do you understand? Don't try to be strong. Like me. I like some of my friends say, how come you've stayed with one woman? I won't be in the same space with a woman because I don't trust myself. I won't start praying when I'm with a woman and I'm touching and I say, God help me, because it's too late. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm using that in a very perverse way to tell you that discipline and it's not like I'll be disciplined. Just put yourself in a position that will force you to be disciplined. If you host the morning show that starts at 6:30, you have to wake up before 5. Do you understand? So it's not like I have a choice. So put yourself in, and in fact, if God loves you, you put in a position that will force you to develop a certain discipline. And the discipline that you develop is the actual skill that you have. Is the attribute that you have. Am I making sense? Beyond all of that, there are practical skills you must learn for every job you do. Now, there are some skills you need generally. You need to learn how to drive. You need to learn how to type. That's non-negotiable. You need to learn how to talk to people. You need to learn how to dress. You need to learn how to groom yourself. These are basic skills you need. You need to learn how to summarize information into bullet points. Yesterday, there was a man who gave a lecture, 40 minutes, British says something. He gave a 45-minute lecture. Based on my work as a journalist, I summarized his lecture into 4 numbers. I said, your lecture, the title of your lecture was, he said, I'm talking about mining, contract, something, a room full of lawyers, book-long lawyers, 2 no people. So I said, your lecture is 4 rules of government, 9 recommendations for investors, and 3 controversial points. So I said, your lecture is called 493. That's how I learn. Meanwhile, there are lawyers there who could not even write, and the man is accent, you can't even hear what he's saying. But the skill I have is I can summarize a lot of information because I'm interviewing people. If I have to interview McDan tomorrow morning, I have to read his book today. I can't read it the same way you read it. If they give me the book today, I should interview him tomorrow morning. So the rough work of journalism has forced me that I can take McDan's book, and in 30 minutes, I will get the salient points. I didn't learn that at Legon. I learned that working as a journalist. So I'm saying that for yours, and because I was pressed into that field, the skill has come out. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the kind of skill you will have in 20 years depends on the situation you allow yourself to go into today. Do you get my point? Because there's no way I'm going to learn how to read. I'm a lazy guy. Why should I read a book? I want to watch Liverpool. Why do I want to read? But I don't want to disgrace myself. That's why I read. So if anybody tells you, oh, I love reading, I love learning, it's a lie. I don't love any of those things. I just love watching Liverpool. That's all I do. And I don't like doing good things. So what I do is I put myself in a situation because I fear shame. I put myself in a situation that forces me to do what I have to do because I don't have the discipline to do it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if I'm going to interview McDan tomorrow morning, I can bet you that his team will bring me his book today. And I will have to find a way of gleaning information. So pray for God to put you in a position that will help to mold you. It may be with a very annoying boss who doesn't like women or who dislikes people from your tribe. Spend 3 years with that guy. You develop patience. And that patience can help you become a very powerful person. right? Or you work with a boss who can't write. So every time you go for meetings, you have to write everything. When I was in Legon, I was the secretary of Legon Hall. I was the secretary of LPU, and I was the class captain. When you go for LPU meetings, people are talking, and you have to summarize and write. It was a thankless job. But now, yesterday, I used it to do 493. Hello? Do you follow what I'm saying? So, it's a very complicated thing, but like you are looking for a job, you want to expand your career and all those things, they are very important. It's your attributes that will make you excel. It's your attributes. And when you know, so learn how to do certain things. Some of them, train yourself in doing them by forcing yourself to be in contrary positions. I hope what I'm saying is making sense to you. All right. Then let me wrap up by talking about a couple of quick things you should remember about the world of work. You need marketable skills, not just skills for skill's sake. Right? People are looking for, like right now, one of the big things I'm looking for is people who can work with numbers. Because election is coming next year. One of the things I do as it is that we do election analysis. In the past, we will just look at the numbers and analyze them. I've had to go back to Excel. Right? So for the whole of like last year, me and my guys in the research team, some small boys are teaching us Excel. Small boys, Charlie, give you homework. Aloski, 842 homework. And when we are doing it, the guys with me are, some of the guys are young, sharp. So when they state the thing, me, I'll be doing it, and the dialogue box will collapse. They will do some shortcut, F something. I say, what is this? Charlie is the first class student. Me go my name as he say. Why? Because elections are coming, and next year, you've watched CNN, you've watched BBC. So I can't come and say NDC will win, or if NDC will not win, NPP will win. No, you need more reason than that. You need a map. You need me to tell you intelligently how the election trend is going. I need to build a model. I don't want to just come and stand on air and say it. I need to now develop it. So I have to learn it. When I started journalism, I didn't need Excel. I just needed to know how to write and read. In fact, they used to call journalists reporters. So just go. Kofi said this, report. Today, journalists are not reporter. A computer can report. I take bank statement. I have to do an editorial 1 hour on the bank statement. Where did I learn that? Is it GIJ that will teach you that? No. Do you understand? So, if you want to succeed, understand the requirements of the field you are in and grab the knowledge at all costs. So, I'm doing Excel, and I'm not even going for a job interview. I can't imagine Excel. Why? Because I know that in December 2020, if George Kore's family is watching the election, he will tune TV3, City, Joy, Charlie. The City one, Fila Danes. No, Aloski map the B, make a watch. Then you call his friend to watch. That's what I want. I want to win. Because success is what? Accomplishments and relationship. He will not watch me because he's my friend. No, he wants the information. So if he has to run away from Ghana, he will run away. So if I'm not giving him proper information, he will watch me. So he's not watching because I'm Aloski. He's watching because what I'm saying is useful to him. So I can't depend on my relationship with him to say I'm successful. Do you understand? And I want to win. I want to be the best. So I'll subject myself to this crazy Excel modeling nonsense just to understand election coverage. And I don't even like the politicians too. Do you get it? I don't need to like a politician to cover him. Please, am I making sense? If you are serious about helping people to succeed, you will allow yourself to go through a process. Now, you are the raw material we need to bring light to the world. So, if God is going to use you, you must be available. And the way to avail yourself is to open yourself to training. 2 ways of gaining knowledge, training and experience. There are 2 legs of the same. So some people go to school plenty, no job experience is not good. Some people work plenty, don't go to school is not good. You need a bit of both. Right? So truncate your schooling with some training, truncate your training with some schooling. It's very important to, do you know what I'm saying? So volunteer, take up an offer, do a job which is below you. If you don't learn anything by way of knowledge, you develop human relation skills. And the soft skills are more important now, right? So, example, you're a very good programmer and you're working with a shitty boss. So, you are not doing much on the programming side, but what you lose on the programming side, you gain on the human behavior side. But by all means, gain something. Do you understand what I'm saying? And then the last thing I'll say is that just trust God. It's like people make it sound like science and everything. Look, there's nothing I have that qualifies me for the honor I get when I speak at places. It's just the grace of God. And the more eloquent people than me. Komla Dumo, I couldn't. If Komla Dumo is standing here, you even look at me. It was far better. Even Kwame Sefa is streets ahead. Do you understand? Is it looks? I don't think so. Intelligence, there are more people who are intelligent. You need the grace of God. It's not like, you see, when we say post unique, it's not like stop everything, just go and pray. No, but you need grace. Imagine if I didn't get a chance to do that debate and I didn't lose. I'll probably be teaching in some university and just insulting everybody. Nobody knows me. So you need grace to stay in purpose. Purpose is critical. We are talking about career and job and everything. All this is important too. I don't even know what my career is. Am I a journalist? Am I an analyst? I don't know. But I am in purpose. Do you understand? And what I'm doing is what God designed me to do. So at the end of the day, you work at Shell, EcoBank, whatever. These things are all good. Make sure you are in purpose. And purpose is from God. It's not from, it's God who designed you, right? At least that's what I believe. So you need to learn two prayers. Pray for opportunity and then pray to stay in purpose. Because almost every 6 months I get a job offer to move from what God wants me to do. Plenty offers. It's not bad though. Maybe if I'm tired, I'll go. But for now, I've not finished what God has asked me to do. You must have a sense of yourself. You must have an inner anchor that, irrespective of whether people, when I started this work, most of my mates were laughing at me and said, but you the only journalist you go if you do. You know if you do anything. You are not serious. So initially they were joking with me. Now, Aloski was my classmate. Aloski my paddy. It's normal. The first one didn't deter me. The second one shouldn't make me too confident. Do you understand what I'm saying? When you start, because I know my purpose very early. And I insist on staying in purpose. I am a media man. That's my work. That's what, until I get new instructions, that's what I'm supposed to do. I can go and do law, but I'm still a journalist. I don't need law to make me feel better about myself. Some people can do law and become lawyers, but that's not my calling. Do you know your calling? Do you have your non-negotiables? There are some things that are preferences, right? In life, there are non-negotiables, there are preferences, and then there are trifles. The non-negotiable is purpose. A preference could be US or Canada, UK or China. It's a preference. But journalism is the non-negotiable for me. Do you know your non-negotiable? Hello? This is very critical, guys. So it's a career session. There's a lot to say. I'm not here to discourage you, but I'm telling you that today is what? 2023. All right. 20 years ago, 2003, I was level 300. The most difficult year in my life. Too many things. Lost weight. This one was even better. Tough! But that was my best year now, in retrospect. Because this week that I described to you, from Sunday to today, God was preparing me for it. Because in 2003, I was on the chaplaincy board. I was the JCR secretary of Legon Hall. I was the LPU secretary. I was the class captain. And I was doing economics and getting C's. It was a difficult time. God used that to qualify me for where I am today. Your vision doesn't change. God just takes you to a bigger room in the same house. So if you qualify in the level 300, 2003 September, where I thought, Charlie, this exam, I can't see top. It's the same thing. It's just a bigger room. Do you get what I'm saying? And when I sat here, I was very tired though. But as he started recounting the days of Legon, I got energy. So sometimes your crisis is the fuel you need for your next level. Right? So when he was talking, that's what gave me the impetus to come and talk. So it may be painful now, but in 15 years, they will invite you to some big conference. And you remember that, Charlie, I used to gallop from Bubuashi to Adabraka. And that galley that made people laugh at you is now a source of pride. It's almost like the wounds out of which the life in you comes out. I hope I've encouraged you. Yeah. Lene is a good business. I've known them for many years. They mean well. Listen to everything they tell you. Right? If you follow the things they tell you, you become successful. That I can guarantee. Thank you very much. MC.
Thank you very much. A round of applause from Mr. Bernard Avle. Oh no, please don't go. Please take a seat very briefly. Mr. Kwe, please join us. Thank you. We can do it better for Mr. Avle, ladies and gentlemen. We can do it much better for Mr. Bernard Avle. Thank you very much. That was very insightful. Two key words for me: relationships and accomplishments. Those are the things that determine your success. So we're going to take a few questions from resource people. I'll take just a few. We don't have a lot of time. So if you do have any questions, please put your hands up. We would come to you. Yeah, so there's a hand up here. Please help me with the microphone.
Hello. Thank you very much for the speeches. Everything has been extremely insightful. First of all, it's not a question I want to ask, but a humble request I want to make. And I'm taking this bold step to do something very unprecedented. My name is Augustina Dansu, currently studying Strategic Public Relations Management at UNIMAC GIJ. I'm an MPhil student. Mr. Bernard Avley, I've always made efforts to actually join the City FM team, but every effort has proved futile. And today, God has brought you here. Yes.
Shoot your shot.
And one thing for sure is I am not willing to miss this opportunity. It's my Kairos moment, so I have to really seize it. So please, if you do not mind, I humbly want your contact so I can book an appointment to see you, and then even if it's an internship, I can start doing something there. So please, if you do not mind.
No, Charlie, after this talk, if I say no, when I finish, I'll see you.
That's I was assuming you were going to hand him your CV. It's here. A round of applause for the lady, ladies and gentlemen. She's grabbing the bull by the horn.
Okay, when they finish the CV workshop, you tidy it up and then give it to me. But you are coming to do some CV things, or you've done it already. So when you are done with the CV and you tidy the CV up, then you send it.
All right.
She'll give you my number. That lady there, she wrote an essay and won when she was in, is it JSS 1 or something? She was 14 years old. I interviewed her many years ago, and now she's here. So relationship. She said, Bernard, you interviewed me many years ago. Now I'm doing a welcome and talk. I can't say I won't come. So you see. So she will give you my contact, but I'll see you before I go. Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
Thank you very much. We have another hand up. Okay, no, we've taken a question from you, so let's take a question from somebody who hasn't spoken yet. Okay, so there's a gentleman. Hey, now I'm confused. Yes, come. Sure. So a round of applause for the gentleman who's offering to help me with the mic. So my official mic man. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. Please, my name is Randerson. Okay. My question actually goes to Mr. George Quay, but I think you both can answer. When you were speaking, I really listened to you a lot, and your journey up has been very forceful on your end. You've put in a lot of effort. The question I want to ask is, what has been the barriers or the pitfalls, the things that made it difficult, so that I can actually learn from those things?
First was family. I must admit, my dad didn't want me in this industry. My dad wanted. My dad wanted to raise a lawyer. Very early on, from Association International, I was pushed into debates, into everything. Fanspoon School, I was a member of the Writers and Debaters Club. And the interesting thing is that even the best man at my wedding, Alfred Ellis Arthur, you should know him, Ellis is a lawyer. And Ellis and I go way back from secondary school. There was about 5 of us from secondary school. Out of the 5, all the other 4 are lawyers. Maybe if I didn't meet this man to waste my time playing Scrabble, my story would have been different. So the first major challenge was family. I remember my mom's name was Beatrice Amabiama, so she's dead. And my dad, after secondary school, when we spoke, I was about to go to university. I didn't even want to go to Legon. I wanted to go to NAFTI. Yeah, I wanted to go straight to NAFTI to learn filmmaking and everything. That day, my dad nearly killed me. Said, "Babu Billet, we can't have a concert." The man would not hear it. So it was Professor Martinez who was his mate in secondary school. So somebody told me that the School of Performing Arts, University of Ghana, is partnering NAFTI, and they were starting a course similar to what I wanted to go learn at NAFTI at degree level. So I can go to Legon. If it is Legon my dad wants me to go to, I should speak to Martin Osu. So I went to speak to Martin Osu. And Professor Martin Osu came to see my dad. And had to now convince the man that, don't worry, let him come, I'll take care of him. The interesting thing, years on, after that, when Abu Aji became popular and everything, was one day we were supposed to have a family meeting, and my dad called me. And my dad, your dad ended at 8, eh? Those of us who know each other, we are 11. That's those of us who know each other. Possibility of more. My dad called me, and I come in at 9. There are 2 after me. He called me. So when we went to the meeting, everybody came, and one of my older brothers said, but how come there's going to be a family meeting and he's calling the small boy in the family to call? Why didn't he call the adults first? And my dad's response was, JJ Namoliwo. So that was the first thing. Family was tough for me. Then again, the industry generally, because I remember one of the things my dad said, if you want to be a doctor, I can point out the kind of people you would be like. Can be like Dr. So and so. You want to be a lawyer, there's lawyer, this. You want to be an actor, to be like who? Because at the time, the people that we had to look up to was Ghana Man, Fred Amugi, Supaudi, Ajos, and those people. And and we were plenty. My dad didn't want me to become a liability. You understand? So he asked that, you want to be an actor, to become like who? And honestly, at the time, I did not have an answer. So it was a major setback. It was a major challenge for me. It was tough, but people came through for me. And then, of course, tools to work with. If you go to film or theater school outside, Ben has had the opportunity to school outside. He will tell you that the resources and everything totally different. You go to the University of Ghana today, for instance, the drama studio that we studied at, that we performed at, it's totally worn out. It's gone. It's dead. But no government has been interested in getting it fixed. About 22 years ago, they started putting up a modern one, a state-of-the-art one. They abandoned it after a couple of years. It's still been abandoned till date. By the time we were leaving school, they were starting it. We left school in 2004. Till date, it's still there, abandoned. You go to the National Film and Television Institute, NAFTI. There's a structure there that's been abandoned for almost 40 years. So you cannot blame parents when they do not want their kids to enter into this industry. So for me, those were some of the major setbacks. Where to study, the tools available to you, the experiences, and when you are done, where you can even express yourself. Ghana, for instance, you want to do proper theater, the only theater auditorium available is the National Theater, which is half dead anyway. You understand? So these are some of the major setbacks so if somebody wants to go into the field and you have a parent complaining, those complaints are real. What has brought some of us this far, like my brother said, is grace, resilience, and the fact that sometimes you look within and you just feel that this is what God made you for, because when you do it so well. 2019, I had the opportunity to be invited to Dubai by some organization. They said they wanted to award event planners in Africa, and for some strange reason I had been nominated. When I got there, I saw event planners from Kenya, from Uganda, from Rwanda, from Nigeria. The category I was nominated in was Event Planner of the Year. And I was competing against some of these big names from South Africa and Nigeria. How I won that award, I still do not know. It was by grace. So,
a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That's this. There's somebody at the back who wants to ask a question, so please, yes. But that was inspiring. For a lot of us who try to fit all the eggs in one basket. It's actually possible. It's about how carefully we carry the basket. Yeah, so that's amazing. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Is it ready for Bernard, who says he doesn't know what he is?
Actually, we all don't know where we are, because you know when you were reading my profile, actor, writer, producer, director, event planner, voice artist. I do communications and PR trainings for organizations, and all that. So sometimes it's hard to say. Like you are traveling, they ask, "What's your profession?" In my passport, officially, it's communications and PR expert. But I look at it and it's not what I do the most.
I'm just imagining what the kids will say in school. What does daddy do?
Oh, my daughter says he comes on TV.
So can we take another question, please? Who's yes?
Hello? Yeah. My name is Maxwell. Yeah. And then, Bernard, thank you for the very inspiring talk. I have a question for you. I mean, that was a very inspiring talk, as I said, but then you said two things that sounded a bit contrary. You mentioned having your non-negotiables and taking opportunities, but then you said you read economics and I think mathematics, right? So how did you have, like, I mean, at what point in time do you have your non-negotiables, and when do you know that yes? Because currently, I mean, I'm an engineering graduate, right? So what if maybe, like, just like you, my non-negotiables are maybe being in media, but then I didn't take a media opportunity because you said you don't take every opportunity that comes your way. So how do you know when and when not to take an opportunity, and how do you discover your non-negotiables from your, you know, what you can take from preferences and stuff like that? Thank you.
Thank you. Great question. So these things evolve over time. I actually entered media by accident. So whilst I was at Radio Universe, I actually still thought I was going to become an economist, because my design for myself was that I'll do economics, go and get a job at the World Bank, and come and tell Ghana government what to do. And employ the guys who went to scholarship and didn't give me some. So that was my grand design. All right, so I wanted to win using the economics route. God, knowing what he had put in me, opened a door. But the point was, I accepted that debate out of just my nature of wanting to argue. All right. So even once I was at Universe working under Sankara and Alaji, I really didn't think I was going to become a media person until probably in the final year. They said, you know, it's like you have a friend who's your female friend, and when the people you claim you love annoy you, go and tell her, Charlie, this girl, she's done this to me, so don't worry. Then when you wake up and say, Bernard, you're a full pound. This is the one you are supposed to marry. Do you get it? So it's like the person who's supposed to be your friend that you are talking to is actually the one you are supposed to marry, but you didn't know, because the one you claim you love is the same thing. So it will dawn on you. So I think I approach things with an open heart, and whatever I get to do, I do it well. So you see, I won't accept something that I won't want to do well. Do you know what I'm saying? So let's assume you are into mathematics right now. Study the mathematics well. Now, when economic issues come, I have authority, right? It wasn't my plan to be an economic journalist, and I'm not necessarily an economic journalist, but the torture I went through in that department, at least there's some benefit now. Do you know what I'm saying? Now, it dawned on me that my profession in journalism, probably my final year at Legon, all right? So, and prayer also helps, because prayer confirms what you feel within, that this is actually true. And then when you start doing it, you start feeling a bit more fulfilled. And there's a bit of peace in it. All right? So I could have gotten a job in another place and do it well, but I may not have the peace. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's not such a straight line, but now I know my non-negotiable. And by the way, it may change in the next few years, because my assignment may change. And one way of knowing your assignment is change is that the feeling for the thing goes away. So you don't, like right now, if you don't even pay me, I will MC, I will come and speak, I will go on air. But maybe in 2 years' time, the vim no day again. When the vim is not there, it means that God is trying to tell you something. Please, I hope I'm helping you. All right? So you need to be very intelligent about who you are. Study yourself, think about your life, and look at the cycles in your life. Why am I so angry every day? Maybe this job is not the right job for me. Do you understand? If you don't do that and you just live every day in the moment, you will lose a very great learning opportunity, because your greatest learnings come from introspection and reflection. They don't come from what somebody else tells you, because you actually know yourself better than everybody else. Do you get my point? So let's see how it goes. But make sure you are giving your best to what you're doing now. And I think the Lions will fall where they have to. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bernard. Before we take the next question, we have a contribution from Mr. La. So, Mr. La, I'll bring you the microphone.
Thank you. I want to add a little bit to what Bernard just said. And I also want to say something about the Ahumshishe. I don't know exactly what it means. I thought it was a boastful something, or you are showing off. What does it mean? Okay. So I just wanted to say that if you look at the way our environment is, it doesn't encourage boldness in Ghana. If we were in Nigeria, it would be a different thing. And you would get encouraged to do more. And I also want to say, Bernard mentioned it, but let me add, you don't really have to meet somebody physically and be talking to the person every day before the person becomes a mentor, especially these days of social network. You can follow Bernard on his, I don't know if he has LinkedIn. You can follow him, and once a while they put messages there just to redirect your life. Or you can watch what they do, and it can help you. And then on the point of the non-negotiable areas, it can be about your personal values or a profession. I remember I took the decision not to be an accountant, even though I do finance at the University of Cape Coast. When we had a lecturer who was teaching us about cost and management accounting, and he said the accountants prepare the information for management to take decision. Right from then, I said I didn't want to be the one who would prepare figures for the management to take decision. I want to be the decision maker. So since then, I decided not to be an accountant. Wow. Then I joined Lene, I think 3 months, and the accountant left the company. We didn't have an accountant. That's one evening on Friday after close of work, my boss, the founder, decided to drive me to my house. Before I used to take trotro. I sat in her BM, and she drove me to the house just to negotiate with me to become an accountant for the business. And I told her no. I've taken the decision that I don't want to become an accountant. I want to work, and one day I'll become a managing director of a company. And to take the decisions from the information the accountants will bring to me, and not to be the one producing information for decision. And lo and behold, I achieved my ambition, if I can say so. And like Bernard said, you have to schedule your successes, the things that make you happy. And they don't have to be the big things. Along the journey, rejoice or delight yourself or reward yourself with them. And knock your chest. And I also want to add that it is not about the money. You may not be paid big salary, but you can live a happy life just with the little achievement you have chalked on your way. So you can determine and decide which are the non-negotiable areas. Maybe to marry early, not to marry early. Or like Bernard said, you don't put yourself in a situation where you are now touching somebody and calling on the name of God. That time is too late, it won't work. And those are the other areas. I have read about a number of footballers from the South America. You will see them winning world trophies, right? But as at that time, they have not had a relationship with a woman because they want to have their full potential achieved. And their mothers follow to coach them to stay away from these things. Yeah. So you can decide
what are the non-negotiable areas at any stage in your life? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. La. So we take our next round of questions. My mic man. So there are a few hands up over there. Hey, where's my mic man? Okay.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello, good morning. At the first degree, I did humanities and computer science. Got a job with Mendes Aviation and did not like how much I was taking home. So I decided to go back to school. Went on with a master's and then wanted to find a job. Very difficult. Can't find anything to do. Okay, back to school. Did an MPhil. Want a job. Problem. Now I'm doing a PhD. I'm at the defense level. And I'm still scared. I think the last time I spoke to Madame Lene, she said, Daniel, your field will become a problem. Right from there, I've done development studies, master's, MPhil, PhD, development studies. I don't want to go into academics. Others are saying, set up. How do I set up? The industry cannot employ a PhD holder. The Ghanaian system does not train me at the university to be an entrepreneur. Where do I identify my negotiables? Thank you.
Please, am I supposed to? Bro.
It be heavy, eh?
Okay, let me be practical. If your PhD is properly gotten, at least you can help people in writing proposals. You can teach at many levels. You can help. It doesn't have to work for somebody as an academic. You see, you can say what you want and what you don't want to. We can all say what we want. So life will show you what you can't want in a way. So what I'm trying to say is that if the skills you've acquired doing a PhD are anything to go by, people need to help in writing research proposals. There are so many people who need help in the academic field, and you don't need to work for somebody to do it. Print a complimentary card, share it. You can help people virtually. Do you get my point? As an example of what you can do, you can teach in many institutions. You can do, when you do a PhD, your research methods are strong. There are many people who work in banks who go and do MBA who don't know research methods. Private research methods teacher. You can help them over Zoom to do their assignments if you really understood what you were doing. There was a day I was on a program, a friend of mine was doing an MBA, and they gave them some economics assignment, and the person said he can't do the work, so I should help him to do it. I said, look, what's your problem? Do you get me? So I didn't get your name, but I'm saying that there are still possibilities. Entrepreneur doesn't mean go and take money from a loan and start a business. So if somebody is working in a bank and they are doing a master's degree and they are struggling with some courses, you answer. I mean, you can just share a complimentary card. Private research methods tutor, consultant. Call me 1,000 CDs a week or whatever. Do you get me? Pray as well for God to give you wisdom and favor. You need favor, right? Why do we go to God? Can give you favor, and favor is what to open doors. It's part of life. So if you are not getting a job, what should you do? Go to your Creator and ask Him to help you. I don't have the answer for you.
And the part about the universities not teaching us to be entrepreneurs, I've always believed that, like an athlete, like a footballer, like a swimmer, like a boxer, entrepreneurship is a gift. Nobody really needs to teach you entrepreneurship. Yes, our universities do not teach us to be self-reliant. That I'll agree. But entrepreneurship, I don't think you really need a university to teach you. You really need a university to teach you entrepreneurship. I believe entrepreneurship simply means, let me ask myself what I can do and what problems I can identify to solve. If you're able to identify problems that your skills can solve, it's the beginning. And like Ben said, you don't really need a huge capital to start. First, start with yourself, closest associates, family, and I think it would be a great start. But, not getting a job and going back to school to think that might be the solution, I think that also needs a look at. Because if, like you rightly said, people are not able to employ PhD holders, why are you still acquiring? You understand? So I think you need to do some sort of a self-introspection and then find ways. I mean, I don't believe anybody really teaches entrepreneurship. You need to read Dr. Daniel Macaulay's book. He did not go to school to learn entrepreneurship anywhere. Read about Asai Kwame Despite, and there are a number of people that did not really go. Yes, Amoabeng and all of them. Amoabeng was a soldier. A lot of the successful entrepreneurs that we have around, they did not go to learn it from anywhere. So, and like Bernard said, you've got to pray. Maybe there's something that God is calling you toward that you're running away from. Perhaps you need to look at it and just avail yourself. Just maybe. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We'll take a couple more questions.
Thank you.
Yes, my guy. Yeah, the ladies. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard. I'm Charlotte Dedenate, a student at the University of Environment and Sustainable Development, Somenya. I do sell things on campus. Not one, not two, but anything I come across, I do sell. That will bring profit. Sure. So during your presentation, you made mention whilst in school, you do sell books and stuff. So sometimes you close from lectures, you are tired, but you need money, so you have to go around and sell so that you get some money for yourself. So I want to know how you blend your studies with the selling of the books. That didn't affect your academics.
I was selling the books before I went to university, but I was doing a lot of things whilst I was on campus. How did I do it?
Yes, please.
When I was in Legon, there were 4 sins in Legon. The sin of being a chewer was the first sin. A petcher was the second sin. And non-re was the third sin. And there was a 4th one I don't remember. I committed all those sins. A chewer means you went 4 years, you didn't have a girlfriend. So I was a chewer because you can't be doing the things I'm doing and combine it with managing a woman in your life. So I was a chewer. Level 100, I was non-re. And I was petting with my brother. So I'm just basically saying that, how do you do it? Think about the joy that will be ahead of you when you get the money and just do it. There's no other way to do it, right? There's no magic formula. Drink coffee, no. You're on the right path to success. You become a... Where's the lady? What level are you in now? 200. You make a lot of money. You become rich. So keep doing it. Because how many level 200 people are doing what you are doing? And don't let the academic side suffer because you are selling. Ask God to give you wisdom. But you will make money. Keep doing it. One day you have a story to tell. You'll be sitting here talking to people as well. When I was level 2 and I was selling books and I asked Bernard Avler, he didn't give me any proper answer. But I continued. So just keep doing it.
When I was in Okafor, the room before me, 2 rooms before mine, there was a gentleman that we called Nunu. That wasn't his name. There was an advert on TV or radio. Nunu sent something. Nunu, he liked the advert. So we used to, the advert, I think it came with a dance or something. The Nunu sent Nunu. So it became his nickname. But Nunu was selling bread. He was, I think, in his 2nd year or so. And the dude sold bread. Apparently, he had a bakery at home. So weekends, he would go buy the material, everything, blah, blah, blah. You do it and all that. And then even sometimes during the weekdays, he would go out, you go and sell, you do and serve campus, our floor, we all bought bread from Nuno. The guy could be so tired, he's asleep. Hits him, lash him, pour water on him, he will not wake up. But just say, Nunu, bread. Ah, oh, sorry. Nunu, bread. Pa, no, sorry, how much? Guess what? Today he's got a bakery in England. Yeah, yeah. When I heard it, I was surprised. He's got a bakery in England. So, like Ben said, Charlie, don't stop. You never know. You never know.
Okay, next question.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mavis Vivier. Okay, so this goes to Bernard. Anyway, I'm glad I met you today. So, growing up, I wanted to be like Emma Morrison. I tried, but some of us, at some point, we had to pause school and then take off our younger siblings. Now, I remember that some years ago, a popular TV station, which I don't want to mention their name, they were recruiting. So I went for that interview. I stood in a queue for over 8 hours. Then it got to my turn. After the script and everything, they told me, you did well, but you don't have the qualification. And that really broke me, because seriously, I don't see myself doing anything that I would enjoy than that. Okay, that aside, now I've gone to do my degree and all of that. You look for a job, you go, and then they tell you 5 years experience. I don't have it. Where am I getting it from? So this person will employ me, this person will employ me. Then somebody else sees me or sees you and thinks that she's lazy, she doesn't want to do anything. So then I listen to Bernard and be like, okay, so Bernard is doing this and I really want to be on TV or radio. I can't get there because I'm growing. The age is also not allowing me to now go and do all this media. So what do I do? Like, I'm stuck.
Very interesting question. This is a very real situation, because for every opportunity there's time, and sometimes some doors don't open regularly. So I get you. It's Miss Vivier, right? What I'll say in my experience in media is that there are many entry points to media. So there are people we employ straight from school. My station, we like people from national service, and we take them from Universe or GIJ and we train them on the job. We don't really poach people, right? Then there are people who are like professionals who come into media like part-time. So like there's a lawyer or like a pharmacist who just wants to host a show kind of person. And then there are some who come in like maybe events. So you want to be a broadcaster, but you feel like, so there's a guy called Philip Latte who hosts a show on City Now. I met him at Hope Poly at an Albert Okram program, and he was doing marketing. So he came to City to do sales. He would do the sales, but every evening he would come to the newsroom. Oh, say, news editor, is there anything I can do? Small. No, now they push him in. So there are many angles to that. So he found himself in the radio station doing sales, which he probably didn't like. And he had his plan in his head, but we didn't know. But once he's working with us, you see, because you know what you have, we don't know. So he was working with us as a sales guy, but he knew that. So if like he's going home and he sees an accident, he will call the newsman and say, oh, there's something he has to report. Then he'll report it. And say, but it sounded okay, fine. Do you understand what I'm saying? So there are many angles to sometimes getting into a media environment then gives us a chance to assess you better. So I'll give you 3 options. The option of going straight line, the option of developing a different area, go and work somewhere else, and then in your interaction with the media and relationships you form, they give you a foot in the door, or getting into a media environment with a pretext, right? Which is like you just want to do anything that maybe you've gone to do a degree in marketing, so you want to do marketing. But as you're doing the marketing, the news people are saying, Charlie, this girl, we think she can do something for us. Do you follow what I'm saying? Or the 4th option would be to start at a lesser media house as a volunteer. But of course, I understand you are growing, you have needs. But if you had time on your hands, there are some places that they will allow you, maybe you're on campus to do campus radio. So maybe you are doing a master's degree at Winneba University. Then you say, Windy Bay FM, I just want to be a reporter once a week. Do you understand what I'm saying? Or you go to Tech, say Focus FM, I'm doing a master's in law, but I want to do once a week internship. Talk to Jantua. No problem. Then when you come and say, oh, I did 3 months at, do you understand me? But in your head, you know your plan, but they don't know your plan. So you have to strategize in that way, because the truth is that most people will not assess you fairly just based on a CV. It's when you are with them that they actually know what you can do. But getting into that space is the problem. Okay, so sometimes you may have to negotiate that with different opportunities that may show up. So, for example, we used to do something called Help a Christmas Child, and then Easter Orphan Project, where we go to an orphanage. Some people come and volunteer and help us to pack things, and they go with us to the orphanage, and while they are going, they are talking to us, they take our number, we are talking to them. Next thing you know, they are doing internship at City. Do you get it? Because they are interested in the media house and the things they do. So there are many ways you can strategize around. So Joy FM is doing their old schools reunion. You want to be a volunteer, you go and help them. Every 2 weeks when they are doing something, they call you. Before you know it, because the manager wants to make a decision. Most managers, let me tell you something about the corporate world. Most managers make a decision not based on what is right. They don't want to be wrong. And it's not the same thing. The right person for the job, it may be George. But they want to make a decision that they can justify. So they'll give the job to this gentleman. So when they know you, it's easier for them to know that I can vouch for you. Do you understand? So sometimes all you need is a foot in the door, because you know your skill. And if you like, there are some places that I know that if they give me 5 minutes to do something, they'll employ me, because they don't know what I can do. Do you get me? So navigate that and let's see how that goes. All right, George, add something.
Yeah. And Ben has pretty much said it all. Just one tiny bit. Sometimes what you want is not what you will become. The most important thing is to get your foot in the door, like he said. When I joined Charterhouse, I joined as a copywriter. That was in 2006, a copywriter. If anybody told me that in 2019 I would be winning Africa's Best Event Planner Award, I couldn't even organize a child's birthday party. I did not know how to do anything events. So I did not join the company because I wanted to do events. Many people do not know Charterhouse actually started like an advertising agency, like an Originate. They had multiple concepts advertising, and that was the company that I joined. But eventually I became an events person. So just get your foot in the door. And sometimes you need to also create some visibility for yourself. If you're on social media and you have a mobile phone, you have a media organization. Is anybody listening to me? If you are on social media, you're active, you have a mobile phone, you have a media organization. It can be a place to start. You never know. Maybe Bernard can be said, Charlie, this girl, they do these quick traffic tidbits. It should be who? It's no bad though. Oh, you know what I mean? Either YouTube, or either Instagram, or either LinkedIn, either IG. Oh, that's what they do. You don't see before. Make us send you the link, but then you're gone. And by the time you realize, that big break has come. Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much. We'll take a contribution from Nana. Nana will give us a very quick contribution. Thank you.
Let me give you this one.
All right. So I've been listening a lot to what has been shared, and sometimes I hear a sense of frustration and despair. But despair is a killer of ambition. That is very important to know. And to your question around experience and qualifications, I'm an HR person, so I'm guilty as charged. But it's important to know that you can only give what you have. So the interview that you are going for, the organization is looking for someone to solve a problem. What do you bring to the table? So in the absence of 5 years experience, or in the absence of a qualification, what do you bring to the table? What can you contribute to the organization so that they can solve the problem for which they are looking for someone? Okay, so, and another thing that I just want to share with you that is something that Bernard shared around crisis. And so what do you hope for? And what do you hope in? It's also important to know. And as Bernard said, your crisis will be the fuel for your next level. So this frustration, this desperation, this despair you are facing now, how does that translate to carry you to that next level that you are looking for? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take a couple more questions. A round of applause for now, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. So, yes.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Solomon Ferro, a level 200 in the University of Ghana. Today, I must say I'm very grateful to God that I have seen Mr. Bernard face to face. Actually, he has been a source of inspiration for me, and I have seen him as a mentor from afar. I think 5 years ago, since I started listening to City FM, and because of that, I initially wanted to go and read English language and political science, listening to him every day on the radio. But aside that, I have a passion for agric. I want to venture into agric. That is what is just within my heart. And my colleagues keep discouraging me. Why is it that you, a university student, you have such an ambition? And I told myself, I don't want to just do any ordinary agric. I want to do advanced farming. So they asked me, where will I get this capital from? And actually, sometimes I get discouraged. My colleagues at a point in time told me, I want to know everything. I go to farm, I come, I go and do e-switch, then I go to my auntie's shop to do knitting in the overlock and buttonholes in a day. So what do I want to become? But deep down in my heart, I want to do agric. Sometimes I just don't know how to start. I don't know the way forward. Can you please offer me a piece of advice? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just a quick, I like you. You're great. Forget about what your friends say. A couple of things I'll say on this. What you ultimately want to do doesn't need to be what you start with. Do you understand? I'll give you an example. My brother is a gifted pianist. He loves music. So if you ask him what he wants to do in this world, he just wants to play piano, teach people music, but it doesn't pay well. It was 2 years ahead of me in Presec. He went to Legon, he did science, started working at eToys and more, learned sales, then got a job at Vodafone, did lots of things at Vodafone. He's now working at Pharmaline or something. Now when he gets money, his passion is music. So he will set up a small music thing that he's doing. So he's like, his profession is giving him the resources to feed his passion. Right? Eventually he will start his own music school and he'll be very happy. He's not sulking through the Vodafone eToys experience. He has a sense to know that sometimes I have to do what I have to do now to allow me to do what I want to do later. Okay? So sometimes, that's why God doesn't even show us our future. Because if God shows you your future, you want to work quickly and do it giddy. So agric is great, and I think you should do agric. But from the way we are talking, you probably need to do some of the things you're doing to harvest experience and resources and relationships to help you so that when you enter the agric, you will be unstoppable. James Boateng, who's 2018 National Best Farmer, for like 18 years, he was working for Cadbury. He was managing 30 countries. He says when he worked for Cadbury, he enjoyed it, FMCG, working for a British company. He said, I had the power, but I didn't feel the joy. Now his farm is in Koranza. He says, when you are coming to his farm, just put salt in your pocket. Anything you need, you eat. Anything you want in the world is in the farm. He can fly you on an aircraft to enter the farm to do whatever. What am I saying? As in to go to Sunyani and drive to the farm. He says, now I have the glory because I have amassed, I understand supply chains. So now if he produces watermelons or whatever, he can ship it straight to Asda because he's used the 20 years of working at Cadbury to develop the relationships, the networks, the finance. So sometimes it's not like I want to be this. So like I want to be president of Ghana and make up for a political party. Like what's wrong with you? You need to be more subtle than that. Do you get me? So a lot of the passion you have is an indication of the price you must pay so that when you really enter that passion, don't enter weakly. Because if you enter as a straight student from campus, you'll be compromised. So you may want to do politics. Dr. Adokufo, he was a medical doctor for many years, right? He became GB, Ghana Medical Association president, and became Kufuor's defense minister. He's a politician. He didn't just leave campus and become a politician. Do you understand what I'm saying? So all the things you are doing are part of the things you need to know for that big future you have. You need wisdom to allocate time and energy to those things so that when you are really ready to enter the future God has for you, you will not be found wanting. Do you follow what I'm saying? So think about amassing relationships and resources for the ultimate thing that you want to do. That's how you start. Multi-talented people, that's how your life is. David had 9 talents. If you read 1 Samuel 16. But David's destiny was to be a king. Started as a shepherd. He was a minstrel playing a string instrument. I mean, what's a king doing playing music like a session man in a church? But all of that was part of his preparation for kingship. Do you follow me? So those of you who are gifted in multiple ways, it's not a disadvantage. It's actually a way to help you allocate your preparation so that you'll be more effective in your final calling. I hope I'm helping you. Thank you, Babaji.
Oh, no, not much to add. What I realize when it comes to agriculture, though, is I do not know why people want to start their farms from regional capitals. It's expensive. So maybe you should start thinking a bit out of town. Maybe because you are in Accra, you're looking at it from the Accra perspective. You may never be able to start. I mean, even Ellis and I, about 5 of us came together to start a farm. We had to go somewhere behind Somanya, somewhere, because that's where the land was cheap. You understand? So start thinking from your hometown. Where are you from? Good. Start thinking from that perspective. You understand? The land might be a lot cheaper there. It's your family. You have family there. You have people there. You know the terrain. You know the space. It may be a lot easier to start small. But like Ben said, do what you're doing. Do it very well. You never know. Maybe it's a preparation stage. Just maybe. It might be. All right?
Thank you very much. I wish I could take a lot more questions. Unfortunately, I can't. We are pressed for time. So don't worry, note your questions down. We'll definitely send it across to them so they can answer them. A round of applause for our keynote speakers. Oh, no, don't go yet. Relax. A round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. So before they leave, the MD of Linear HR, Mr. James Lahr, has a very special presentation to make to our keynote speaker. So I invite him with a round of applause. Let's welcome him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
And quickly, while he comes up, Dr. Daniel Macaulay has had some of his books dispatched. The books are on their way. It may not be enough for everybody to get some, but there will be a few to be shared. So just wait.
That's amazing. And a round of applause for that as well. Thank you. So I'm going to hand over to Mr. Lahr to do the presentations. Thank you.
I have a short citation for both Bernard and Chief Dr. Daniel Macaulay. When he hosted the mayor of Houston, he told us in his house that day that he's now a chief. Okay. Yeah. I have a citation to appreciate your time with us. I'm not going to read it though. It's for Bernard.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. So we've come to the end of the very first session, but don't worry, we are not anywhere close to ending the career clinic. We're just about to go into the consulting room for the diagnosis and the prescriptions. So at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a very quick 15-minute break. During that break, there will be snacks served outside. So there's something little to drink and something little to munch on right at the entrance. You've all been given numbers, I presume. Definitely. So for those with number 1, you'd stay right here in the auditorium. You go downstairs to Innovate on the first floor. So Innovate workspaces on the first floor for those with number 1. For those with number 2, you stay right in here in the auditorium. And for those with number 3, you just go right behind the stage. So I'm going to go through that very quickly once again. Number 1, first floor, Innovate workspaces. Number 2, right here in the auditorium. And number 3, behind the stage. So in between time, let's please hold on. Let's ensure that we network as much as we can during the break. We have 15 minutes. And for all my mentors and my keynote speakers, please join me up on stage for a group photo. Thank you. So all the mentors, keynote speakers, please join me on stage. Thank you for a very quick group photo. So the snacks are right at the entrance. Thank you.
Hi everyone. So groups 2 and 3, please be mindful to sit in a group. You'll be having a mentor speak with you. So if you are a member of group 2, please come closer to the stage, and all group 3s will do it in a huddle form behind the stage. Group 1 is to go to first floor. So you could step into the elevator, click number 1 and go to first floor for Innovate Workspaces. Yes, please.
Hello? Yeah, so I'll start again. My name is Victoria Kisiedu, HR advisor for Talo Ghana Limited. And I was just saying that whenever you are attending mentoring sessions, some of the times you are expecting to get a sort of speech or maybe hear the person say something that will sort of amaze you or probably just snap you into what you're expecting to do. But you're not going to have that today because I will not be delivering a speech. I just wanted to, before I set the context, I just wanted to let you understand that mentoring, consider mentoring as though you were an object. And if you were an object, you would not be, say, an empty cup or a glass that needs to be filled. You already have something in you, so we need to understand what you want to know, and then we can rekindle you from there. So you need to consider yourself as the other candlestick that just needs to come closer to the fire in order to be rekindled, and not exactly to be filled. So you already have everything you need within you, right within you. You just need to be rekindled. So I'm going to sit or stand and listen to your questions or how you want this to go. And then we are going to take exactly that toll, because we are not going to be filling any cups here. You have everything that you need right inside you. All right, so anybody who is ready to take the first question, I'll take it, and then we'll take it from there.
Hello, I'm Joel Arthur from the University of Ghana. I was asking a friend who is like into pharmaceutical or something. I was asking him, he asked me what I want to be. I was like, I want to enter into the HR, and I want to be a HR personnel. And he was like, HR is mostly for the ladies in Ghana, so I should really think of the job I want to do. And HR2 is part of the job list I want to do. So I was asking, is HR only for the ladies or mostly for the ladies, or yeah, it's come but in Ghana it's mostly for the ladies, or yeah, in Ghana it's mostly for the ladies, or what? That's what Joel.
All right, thank you, Joe. That's an interesting question. I think I'll start by saying there's nothing you cannot do in this world. Growing up, I always felt like nursing was for females. But there are male nurses these days. There are chefs, actually a lot of men in that profession. The world as we knew it has changed a lot. And so it would be such a pity to put any career in a box, to say that this belongs to that sort of gender or that other gender. I mean, you can even throw in that sense of humor. These days, we are blurring the lines between gender as well. So don't put yourself in a box to say that I want to not venture into that because I feel like it's for women. Let me take my place of work, for example. It's a male-dominated industry. It would not be based on the company, but industry-wise, if you go worldwide, everywhere you go, there are mostly a lot of men than women. But it doesn't deter the women from also taking up opportunities. So today, as we speak, our deputy managing director is female in an oil and gas industry. We've got females who are deputy operations manager. We've got operations engineer working offshore who are females. They could have also said, I think engineering is for men, so let me just sit aside. You see, one of the things that you would have as, say, another gender working in a dominated industry is when you take interest in it and you do it very well. You tend to stand out really easily. If you have the feeling that HR is mostly dominated by women, then that is actually your clue to step into the space and define yourself so that people can see that you really stand out. My HR manager is male. He's a man. My group head of reward, HR and reward, is also male. So I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what they are saying, but I don't think there's really a limit to anything you can do. When Bernard was speaking, the story really resonated with me because I also read economics, maths, and statistics from the University of Ghana. So as a young graduate, when I came out of school, I was looking for jobs in maybe finance, or to be honest, to today, somebody was just asking me about job opportunities for a statistician in my place. I cannot place a finger on what exactly a statistics person's job title should be. But what I tend to do, or what I find or catch myself doing a lot, is that whenever it comes to the numerical aspect of my job, I tend to find a lot of joy in it. And sometimes, let's say after payroll, somebody comes to me with a question and says that, I don't think my figures are right. By inspection, I can tell them this is right or that's wrong, without actually having to calculate it, because I've done it for 4 years, you understand? So you can always find joy in something and apply what you have learned. It does not have to be something, most of the times if you listen to what people say too much, you will limit yourself. I didn't listen because usually in this part of the world, as Bernard had already said, you don't always define for yourself what you want to be. If you ask me right from childhood, I have never been able to state emphatically what I want to be in future. What I concern myself with doing is excelling at the basics. If you get that right, I bet you there's nowhere you can't survive. Excel at the basics. Don't focus on competition. Don't focus on anything else. What has been given to you to do, try to excel at it. And make sure that you understand everything around it. And that's how you actually find your passion, your joy, and what you can do best. So really, HR, maybe a long answer to a short question. HR is not for females. It's not for women. If you want to do HR, step into it and take the bull by the horn. It's for everybody. All right.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Abalem Elizabeth Wewuki. Abalem. Abalem, yes. No, it's a northern name. Katsina precise. Yes, please. So, I'm doing communications, and you're an HR advisor in Talo Oil, Ghana, and you have a bit of, let me say, an economical background. You've done mathematics and all that. But I'm a communication student who would want to divert into the STEM industry. I would want to work in the STEM industry, precisely like companies of that sort. But I don't have any background of that sort. So please, what do I do? What advice would you give to me? Thank you.
So Abalem says that she wants to venture into the STEM field. So Abalem, today, in today's world, you need to cultivate what we call intentional learning. Most of the time, you wouldn't find yourself being policed or chased with a cane to take courses like it would happen naturally for you in the university. You know, in the university, if I study, I'm going to get the grade. That's very tangible. You can see it come out. But in the workplace, if you don't take care, you won't have time to study anything. And as the world is changing, with the generation that's coming up, if you don't develop yourself, you'll become irrelevant in no time. And the worst thing that can happen to you in your career is to become irrelevant. So to be able to stay relevant, you need to keep up with trends. There are certain societies around that are STEM-based or STEM-focused. You can join some of these and start with that. I'm sure there are a lot of free learnings on LinkedIn that you can take opportunity for. So go on LinkedIn, start reading something. You probably want to start with the basics, something you are very familiar with. You start from 1 and then you move to 2. You can even start from Microsoft Excel. Try Microsoft Suite, try and build your, because if it's communications, probably you want to work in a STEM organization. Find one that you can really relate to. Start reading about the company and look for some of the skills they are asking for. Maybe go on their website, find some of the vacancies they have, check the skills area. What am I lacking? What do I need to know? Probably they are talking about Python, etc. You've never heard of that before. Go and Google basic Python, so and so. Start learning. There are some that you're going to get certificates for. So in the waiting, you need to start learning, read a lot as much as you can. People who have switched industries, how they've done it, what were their pillars, what made them successful. So that's where you can start with. And there's always, there are some support functions that you would find in almost every industry. Communications is everywhere, human resources everywhere, finance is everywhere. But what will make you a formidable person, you will not just be a normal communications person, it's when you know your stuff. So you need to read a lot about the field you really want to step into and learn whilst you wait. Learn everything, read everything that comes your way. Be abreast with information, keep up with the trends. The societies would help you because they will talk about things that you would normally not find amongst your normal friends. So get associated, and by virtue of your relationships with all of these people who are already in the STEM industry, you're going to actually find the stepping blocks to that final place you want to get to. So I would say that start by reading and learning whilst you wait, or whilst you wait to finish your education and all of that, so that you can catapult yourself into the STEM field that you're looking to get into. All right. Okay. I think you would have to, she needs to, yeah, you need to come here. I don't know if the microphone can get there. It will. Oh, come to the, okay, okay, he wants to capture this. All right.
Hi, you're beautiful.
Sorry?
You're beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
So thank you. My name is Emanuela. I'm currently working as a salesperson, a business development executive. Yes, BD, business development executive. And then I'm also doing HR outsourcing. I find that I'm more interested in the HR bit than the sales aspect. I don't think anybody likes sales very much, so I don't like it. But moving forward, I've come across a lot of... Oh. Okay, so My name is Emanuela, and I'm currently doing business development executive, which is sales, and then I'm also doing HR outsourcing. But I don't find joy in the BD that I'm doing. I find joy in the HR. But lately, when you go to LinkedIn and then other platforms where I even see HR jobs where you can easily apply and then even go to do the basics, there are a lot of people applying. You can see over 4,000 people applied, over 5,000 people, and it scares me a lot. I feel like I should rethink my path and then find something else because everybody wants to do HR now. What would you suggest about that?
Okay. Hello? Hello? Okay. So maybe I'll take a long approach, but we'll still come to the answer. A lot of people are applying for the job, but they are just like you. From the start, I think if we had any entrepreneur here, I'm not sure anybody knew it would work out from the time they started. You can't see the future. You never know. You just have to believe. If you believe that you possess the skills that has been requested on the job ad, so most people read job ads wrongly, okay? If a job is advertised, you need to focus on the job description and the skills. The job has been described. Yes, I can do it. I feel that I tick these boxes. Come to the skills part. Do you have the skills? If you have them, have you portrayed it exactly as it has been stated on the job? Probably you haven't updated your CV in donkey years. And if you haven't done that, you see, one trick that people don't do very well is that you need to prepare a new CV for every job you apply. Because the skill set may be different. The fact that you have prepared a very good CV may not necessarily mean that it will fit that job that you're trying to apply for. So every time, before you apply for a job, go through your CV again. Check the skills you have put there. And be sure that it matches the job skills they are asking for. There may be a few that you don't have. That's still okay. Once you meet the basic requirements, go ahead and apply. I will tell you the truth. For a long time, okay, I work in Talo, but I'll still tell you that. For a long time, ever since the start of my career as an HR person, I had never seen a job ad for Talo in my life. Never, ever. And if you'd ask me, and I'm going to exaggerate a bit, I used to feel like people who worked in Talo had two heads or something, because I didn't even know anybody who works in Talo. I don't know anybody. And so it still remained a dream. To be honest, it wasn't even part of my dreams, because I felt like, look, it's not even achievable. You need to know the president or a minister. But guess what? I got into Talo and everything changed. How did I get into Talo? I was just doing my job. I used to be at Nestle before I joined Talo. I was just doing my job, and at Nestle we have this buddy system. There was a lady I trained when she joined the business. So she saw the job ad. I don't know how she did, but she sent it to me and said, Vicky, I think you can do this job. I didn't believe her, and I didn't want to waste my time. To be honest, I laughed and said, look, there's no way I'm going to apply for that, because I'm sure they already know who they want, even before the ad is there. Like, what's the point to waste my time? And then another person, I have another friend who's a recruiter in Canada. He sent it to me and said, Vicky, I think you can do this job. That was the affirmation for me. And then I said, look, if two people believe in me enough to say that I can do this job, why am I doubting myself? After all, they are not asking for money for the application. Let me just put in an application. So I applied. And as you would imagine, thousands of people applied as well. Thousands of people. You can imagine it was an entry role at Talo, and it's a skill or things that most people could do. In fact, I know colleagues from my former workplace who also applied. But the good thing is, learn how to set yourself apart. I would always say that if you get an opportunity for an interview, do not blow it. Prepare as much as you can for an interview. Look, before I went into that interview, I had had about 2 different sets of interviews with 2 seasoned people who had actually marked off and said, this is good, before the interview date. So it's not something about, oh, I'll wing it. If they call me, oh, I'll just do it as and how it goes. No, you need to prepare for it. So go in there with the faith that, okay, I have the skills, do your part. And if you get a slot for an interview, please, by all means, ace it. Because there are so many people out there, the crop of people coming up. In this digital age, people are coming up with very interesting ideas. And I will not lie to you, some of the opportunities we may have got as children, the current generation are a tad lot ahead of us. And so the exposure, the kind of exposure people have, when they come to even do internships or so, and you sit to listen to them, sometimes you feel like you have learned a lot. So to be able to compete with that same generation, these are different generations we are talking about. To be able to compete with the generation, it comes back to the point of intentional learning. Read about the industry, the company that you are going to apply for. Even the panelists, if you know them, read about them, some of their interests. Most conversation starts from the points of interest. If you walk to me and maybe I attended St. Louis and you said, oh, I know you attended St. Louis. Oh, that's a spark. Immediately I'm interested in her. I'm not going to say that I'll give her the job because she went to St. Louis, but I'm paying attention. And it's interesting to know that somebody has done their research. Nobody knows the job entirely when they are coming in. Nobody knows it entirely. Even if you know it to the last bit, you still need to learn the organization because it will be different from where you came from. And so you need to do your research. Set yourself apart. I remember I was at a career fair and a student told me that most times they tell us, set yourself apart, try and set yourself apart. How do you even do that? Because if you've done that, you still don't get a job. So I'll give you a very simple example. If your boss asked you to say, okay, so next week we are going to be attending a career fair. Okay, they tell you this, so I'll let you know the details as it comes. You probably may never have heard of a career fair or a career clinic or what it means. The one who has set themselves apart, or the one who is willing to set themselves apart, would already start doing their research. Do your research and say, okay, so for career clinic, okay, we need to do some decor, we need chairs and tables. Can I already start contacting the people that we usually have these relationships with? Put a plan together. Go to your manager the next time and say, look, I did a bit of research on career clinic, and I feel these are the items we would need. I can contact this person, I can do that. On the day we will need transport, so I've already spoken to the transport team. I need your go ahead. If you're happy with this, I can already implement it. And then we have another person who will say, okay, career clinic, okay, what did you say the date is? Okay, the date is from the 7th to say the 9th. Okay, well noted. I'll wait for more details and action. If you were a manager, which person would you prefer to work with? Obviously the first one, because they make your lives easier. So look for ways to make your manager easier, if your manager's life easier if you get a job. You need to be reliable to be trusted. Most of the time people talk about quality of work. Quality does not only depend, it's not only just the degree of the effectiveness or the degree of niceness or the accuracy of your work. Consistency is a huge part. If you knew a watch seller who would often not come for day one, they don't show up. No communication. Day two, they don't show up. Day three. It would take a very loyal person to keep going there to say the 8th day. They are wasting your time. You just look elsewhere. That's what happens to you if you are not consistent and you don't communicate. So in preparing for everything you are doing, preparing for an interview, anticipate the questions that are likely to come up. Go on YouTube, research, look for some of the best answers to the interviews. Be prepared to learn, because if you get your foot in the door and you get in, you would need to sustain the position. So it's not just about knowing somebody. It helps you if you know somebody. But 20 people know people. Everybody knows somebody. And if you were a manager and everybody knew somebody, and out of the 20 people, let's say 3 people are really exempt or they are so excellent, it won't matter that the other 17 also know people. You know somebody, yes, they all have that. So level playground. Okay, I read HR. I want to do HR. Okay, all of them also read HR. What can you do differently? How will you make my life easier? So that's what you really need to start thinking about. Do not be afraid to apply for the jobs. Once you meet the minimum requirements, go ahead, of course, take a shot. That's where the opportunities start from. If you don't take a look, I can apply for 1 million jobs and I don't mind. So they are not taking money from you, are you? No. So take time, apply for the jobs if you have. But once you get that chance to do the interview, ace it and make it count. I think that's all I'll say.
Thank you very much. My name is Blankson from the University of Ghana. Since you're an HR advisor, I want to know what a worker's worth is like. A worker's worth. When you say this worker is worth this, or like you are valuable, or something like in that circle, how does the HR advisor calculate it? What does the person see? What does this employer see to know that this worker is worth than this worker? What does the worker do to attain that?
Well, I'm sure you are not tricking me to mention figures. You are just asking for, okay, sure. So, yes, we are not going to mention figures, but to say, so let me give you a classic example. To say that somebody is worth this or more valuable, or let's say somebody is an asset, okay? It would depend on the particular skill they have. Sometimes you don't really need to do anything to, it just depends on the course life has given you. So let's say I'm in an oil and gas industry and there's a very scarce skill. So there's something we call rotating equipment, okay? The rotating equipment engineer is hard to come by. So once you find somebody who can do that, automatically, it's a scarce skill. That employee is a valuable person. You don't want to let them go. So that is just those that get it just in their course of line of life. Then there's somebody who has worked at it, okay? So having institutional knowledge is very important when you become the go-to person. So one thing I would say you can do, if you find yourself in a working environment, some of the questions you can ask yourself is, if today everybody has to go away and I'm left to hold my department down, in which areas am I going to struggle? If it's your department, I expect you to know a little bit or almost everything about the department. Be nosy. Get yourself acquainted with all parts of it. Okay, get to know everything. It's not possible to know everything, but have a good knowledge so that people can find you valuable. It is not a manager that says you are valuable. Sometimes it depends on the value you bring to the business. So if the business deems what you do as very valuable, probably you can replace 4 people, then you become very valuable. So if, let's say, we need somebody who can do an analysis in the team, we can call on you, Blankson. Okay, somebody who is good at engaging people, Blankson is the person to go to. Okay, what other thing do? We need somebody who can talk to people. You have the confidence. PowerPoint presentations, who can do that? I can do it. If your manager needs to travel to, let's say, London, and we are cutting costs, okay, and he's looking for somebody who can help him prepare PowerPoint slides, do a bit of analysis, help him engage a bit of the population he's going to meet. Do you think he would prefer to pick 3 people or to pick 1 person? 1 person. So spread your wings and fly. I think that's what I'll say. The employee who is able to spread their wings and fly as high is the one who becomes the most valuable person. So it comes down to learning and then trying to explore into other areas, know a bit about everything. I think that's how you become valuable.
Thank you very much. So before applying for a job, there's a job description that I follow or I pursue, right? When I enter the job, do I exactly execute as the job description was given to me? And if that's the case, wouldn't it hinder my desire to fly my wings? Maybe I'm in HR and I decide to want something that does not correlate well with HR. Something with really current that does not correlate to HR, but then something into the IT, because when Mr. Hope was speaking, he spoke about bridging the gap in the industry or the firm you are working in. So if the gap I see is to be solved by a skill that does not correlate with my job description, what do I do?
Go for it. That's what you do. So the worst thing you can do to yourself is to stick strictly to your job description. It's the worst thing you can do. To be honest with you, every job description you see is not exhaustive. Most of the time you see a line that says, and any other responsibilities as required. Everything else is over there in that single line. So do not go onto a job expecting to do just the things you have been asked to do. That really limits you. Sometimes it feels like, oh, this is not my job. Let me just leave it for somebody to do. It's always important to have an end-to-end mindset. Don't be interested only in what is on your table. Be interested in where it comes from and where it goes after you. That's how you can add value. So for instance, you're working on a report. You don't know what the report is used for, and you just put the figures together and hand it to them. How do you improve? Consistently ask yourself, how do I improve on what I'm doing? It would require stepping out of your job description a bit, but that's okay. Going out of your job description and not compromising on having to deliver the basic things that you have to do is very okay. Actually, that is what will help you to grow. So in no time, that's how you build your relationship. Because if you sit in just one corner, you don't build your relationships. There are times your manager will challenge you. They will give you things that you've never done before. But what you need to know is that if you are given a task, it is not incumbent on you alone to come up with ideas. It's something I learned the hard way. Sometimes you're asked to design something. You've never done it in your life. You can quickly just call. You have people, you have mates. If it's a job that you're working alone, that is more difficult. Then you can reach out to a professional body, ask questions on a platform and say, look, if you're encountered with this. So professional bodies really help. But if you have a team, call them together and look, can we brainstorm? I have this task to complete. What do you think can be some of the factors we need to consider? And just like that, you finish the assignment, you lead it, and then you can present it. So you don't always have to know everything. But it's very important to step out of your job description. If you keep to just your job description, then you will not be challenging yourself at all. It's like you will just be doing what has been asked of you. So it's just like wearing a uniform and sitting in a school like a student. You've been told to do something and you are doing it. But if you are stepping out of your job description, then you are like, let's say, that prefect who comes around and say, look, I can anticipate something like this could happen. We have been doing this report in Excel form. I feel like the world is changing. Can we try using Power BI? What do you use it for? How can we manage data privacy? Who needs to have access to this? Who doesn't need? Maybe with Power BI, we can have a history of the reports. Every time, if you need to go back to the old ones, you can have it. But the Excel sheet, so you need to think ahead. And if you come on an interview, the interviewers can see that on a person who has that sort of mindset. So sometimes there's no way to teach that. You probably need to read a lot and get yourself abreast with things, be inquisitive, get yourself involved in a lot of things. And you learn things. Things will just come up to you. So most of the times, I would say first, do not concern yourself with, I want to be the best, or be in a competition. If you focus on competition, maybe you have a colleague, your boss is always calling the colleague, so you are becoming jealous and you are now starting to feel like, why is he not calling me? No, don't focus on that. Focus on excelling at the basics. I have tried it and it has never failed me. If you focus on excelling, you see this popular adage, if you're running ahead and you keep looking back or looking at other people, you miss your course. You can crash into somebody or can go into another person's lane, but that's not your lane. Focus on your lane. Excel in the basics. And then focus on getting it first time right. If I were a manager and I ask you, what do you think our current head count is? And you say, 200. Oh, no, sorry, 234. Oh, no, sorry, I'll change that figure again. 236. If you were a manager, every time I tell you something, you take it with a pinch of salt. But I prefer that candidate that comes and said, what are the current headcounts? And I say 237, and that's it. First time right. You know your stuff. Everybody wants to be or work with you. Because when you say it, it's the truth. And how can you do that? You have to learn. If you don't learn, there's no way. It doesn't. That sort of thing doesn't just drop on you. So it's something that you really need to learn. Our time is up. I didn't hear any question from this. Maybe just briefly, and then I'll just say.
I just wanted to add to what my brother was asking. I was working at Banana when I completed SHS, and I think I was one of the least expected employee they could pick, because when I went there were people wearing suits and all those stuff, and I was like wearing shorts and just something ordinary. But they picked me, and one thing is that when you are working in a mall, you be in your shop. When someone comes in and you convince the person to buy something. But when I went there, I was like, do we always have to wait for someone to come in to convince the person? Because we have monthly and daily targets. So what I do is that we sell TVs too. So we have Hisense at the West Hills Mall. So on a normal day, I see people entering Hisense and buying TV. It's not good to do it, but I'll just wear my jacket to cover my work attire, and I'll go to Hisense. When I see you buying TV, I'll just come and fold my hands and stand by you, and I'll be like, this TV is quite expensive. We have some at Banana, the graphics, everything is very nice. Let's go and check it out. And it's even half the price of this one. So the person will be like, let's go and check. So when we go, everything is as I said. The person will be like, wow, the price is low. And the only problem was the brand. It's Banana. It's like, it's new in town. If you don't have some, I know why. And it's Android too. Getting an Android TV about 2,000, it's good, because 42 inches Android TV 2,000, you not get it anywhere. So I'll put the people in, they'll come and buy. I worked there for I think 9 months, and I was the best sales person or something of that month, from the first month to the 9th month. And I think how should I put this? When you are in a job, you have to move out of your comfort zone. Up to date, my boss called me, I think Wednesday, and he was like, December, a lot of people come to the mall, so I should come and help them sell TV so that they will reach their target. So I think sometimes you just need to step out from your comfort zone, and it's a help.
All right, thank you so much. I think our time is up for my session, so I'll leave you with a few things. If you are on a job or you are looking for a job, I found these things useful. So first of all, self-assess. Okay, do a self-assessment. Do a SWOT analysis if you like. Find out where your weaknesses are. Find out where the opportunities are. Take advantage of what you can. Pray. You must believe in something. Whatever it is you believe in, pray and look for opportunities. Focus on the basics. Don't think about the competition. Focus on the basics. Think about doing things first time right. And when you get a first time right, hold your consistency. It's really important. After being consistent, then you need to continuously improve. After doing that, do not complain. Nobody likes a person that complains. So turn your complaints into improvements. If you find the problems, already come up with solutions that could work. So turn your complaints into improvements. And then also document things. Your brain is not a computer. Write things down. You cannot remember everything. Everybody loves a person that can take instructions for the first time and execute it to the last detail. So write things down. Your brain is not a computer. Also, ask yourself, if I were working with somebody and I were a vendor, would I patronize my craft? Whatever it is you do, if you were at the other side of it, would you patronize yourself? If you were that HR person, would you want to work with yourself? If you're able to answer that question, or if you're not able to answer it properly, then you need to also bridge the gap. And then also have fun whilst doing your job. Find joy in it. Because if you turn it into a bitter space, it's a place you spend about 8 hours. So if you are going to turn it into a bitter space, then you will not enjoy it. I think if you don't remember anything at all, the bit about interviews I mentioned, one thing I would leave with you is that every day is somebody's first impression of you. Every day, somebody's first impression of you. It doesn't matter that you met 20 people and you were nice. If you met the 21st person and you weren't nice to them, that's another ambassador out there destroying your craft. So every day is somebody's first impression of you. Make it count. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for your mentor. I was listening in and I learned a lot as well. So everybody else will join us very soon, and then we can kick off the next session where we'll hear from our entrepreneurs. I can't even spell that word. Entrepreneurs. Yeah. Okie dokie. So I'm sure we all had very insightful sessions. Did we? Hey, did we have insightful sessions? Yeah. Oh no, I don't like the vibe. Did we have insightful sessions? Okay. So it means a lot has changed and a lot is going to change, yeah? Because I'll be coming to your offices in the next 5 to 6 years to collect a lot of big money. Can I hear an amen? Thank you very much. A round of applause for yourselves for staying through this, first of all. And a massive round of applause to our mentors as well. Hey, come on. After all the knowledge they've imparted, I believe we can do better. Thank you. So at this juncture, we have come to a very important part of the career clinic. How many of us want to start our own businesses? How many of us? We all want to be entrepreneurs, eh? So the next Kwame Despite and the next Bill Gates and the next Steve Jobs, etc. Amazing. So we're going to hear from people who have gone through the mill, started off from probably formal employment, started from scratch as entrepreneurs as well, and have created wonderful industries for themselves. So starting off, I'd like to introduce our first entrepreneur for Startup Hub. He's a co-founder and the creative lead at Oasis Studios. He's taking a lot of very beautiful photos of me, and I'm doing this because I know he's going to take more of me for free. So thank you very much for the first set of free photos you've taken of me. Today will be a good time to test the camera on me again. So with a round of applause, can we invite up here Mr. Barry Nikwe of Oasis Studios. Thank you very much. Next up, if you see me, you know I like food. And this woman is an authority when it comes to food in Ghana. She runs one of the most prestigious food services in the country. Permit me, ladies and gentlemen, honorably with a round of applause to invite up here Chichi Yakubu, CEO of Nyonyo Essentials. Hey, I mean, come on. My jollof is at stake, please. Let's clap. So thank you very much for clapping for them. So jollof photography, we are set for the day. Amazing. Thank you. So welcome to what we call the Startup Hub. So I asked them how many people wanted to start their own businesses, and they raised their hands. It's really easy to raise your hands, isn't it? But you know, how easy is it to actually start a business?
Starting is easy. Actually, it's easy. Starting anything is easy. It's keeping up, maintaining, and just, making it actually work for you, and not just for you, but a legacy like Lenny. So starting is easy. It's so easy to start anything. The real work is the process.
So starting and sustaining,
Yeah.
Now, starting off with you, Barry, I mean, you are in a very novel business. It's a business where, or it's a business that has grown in leaps and bounds over the last couple of decades. I mean, with the advent of technology and all of that. I mean, it's a very challenging terrain. So you talked about starting being easy. In a terrain like yours, how has sustaining it been?
I mean, photography is pretty hard, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because if you are starting on your own, there are ways by which you can rise in terms of getting clients, etc. So you need to constantly be learning so that you can also constantly adjust with a constant change in the type of people that you are reaching out to. So it's pretty hard, but it's doable.
It's doable, definitely. Yeah. I like that word. It's doable. Nyonyo or Chichi, how do you want to be addressed as?
Either way is fine.
Either ways.
Okay,
so we'll take a vote and decide how you want to be addressed by. Now, in the business terrain, especially in Ghana, is a very tough one. A lot of people can attest to that. And for a lot of young people who want to go into business, they consider a few things like, where am I going to get the capital from? Is anybody going to patronize my business? But one thing a lot of people don't think about is the skill set to bring all of this together. I mean, if you were speaking to a 21-year-old entrepreneur who wanted to start a business and sustain it, what top 3 skills would you require that they possess?
Actually, the core skill I would not even emphasize so much on, but you have to actually build yourself in a way that you be able to network. So networking is very important. It's a skill you have to acquire. If you are someone who is shy, who is not so much of a people's person, you have to work on it, because whatever service you're going to render, people will end up being the people that are going to patronize it, and you never know who you might be talking to. So networking is very important. And another thing that people always actually think that they will only invest their time, energy into is when they scale up or when the business is big, is accounting. So people tend to think that, oh, it's just a small business. I might just, operate it with my personal account or my own Momo number, and I can figure it out. No. Before you start anything, money is very important, and how you're going to save that money, how you're going to work those books is very important. So either you learn that skill, how to do your bookkeeping, or you hire or source somebody to do it for you. So that's 2. And 3 is working on yourself. So if you realize, I haven't even said much about the business, but it's more about how to connect with people, how to do your bookkeeping, and how to brand yourself. Because anyone who has branded themselves well, there is no way they are not going to brand their baby, which is the business itself, better. So networking, bookkeeping is a skill you have to learn, and then how you want to be addressed, which is your personal branding, so you look the part.
Thank you very much. So I'm picking up from one of your points. Now, the general sales principle says people will buy from who they like. And people will buy from who they are comfortable with. And people will buy from who they think is credible. Now, for a lot of people who want to start businesses, they are probably wondering, how can I get that credibility stamp? I mean, how can I be that one who people say, oh, go try picture na mensaba kunchia. Or if I take the photo, I'll probably have it in 2 days, because they said I'll have it in 2 days. As somebody who runs a business, I mean, what do you put in place to ensure that that credibility stamp is there?
So for me, I noticed that learning was very, very important for the business that I was running. So I remember when my wife and I started Oasis in 2021, COVID year, it took a lot of learning to be able to build the reputation. So when I'm talking about learning, I'm looking at people who have been in the industry for a long time. So what happens is that you are actually meeting the standard that has already been created and trying as much as you can to build upon it. So it's like a standard, but you are building upon what they've already created over the years. So for me, I believe strongly in learning. And actually, when it was the season of COVID, I think a few months later, when we started Oasis, the following year in January, my wife caught COVID. So what happened was that the business had to close a bit. So for 3 months, not 3 months, like 2 months or a month, the business had to close. But that period, I found it very, very essential for the business, because I started doing other things, like building, creating a lot of things that we could actually use to build our clientele. And by God's mercy, by the end of the next month will be 3 years, but we've been able to meet thousands of clients, and not just in photography, in videography, content creation.
In that waiting period, you diversified. You found other ways to, just build upon the business.
Yeah. I believe in it strongly. Like meeting the people that you know are the beasts in the industry, and trying as much as you can to meet the standard and beat it.
Fantastic. He made a very strong point, and I like one word he used, standard. How important are standards when you start a business? Because I believe a lot of people want to start businesses, but they don't have any plans of maintaining a certain standard. How important is it to maintain standards?
To begin with, you don't want to be tagged as a sham or a scam. So whatever business you're doing, you need to find the governing bodies that actually have made standards that you have to actually follow to, come up with a business and then stay in the business and make it succeed. So if you are going to neglect the standards of operation for your business, whatever you want to go into, that means you're already a sham or a scam and you're not credible. So to be credible, whatever governing bodies are there, in my case, let's say FDA, you can't for any reason say that you wouldn't apply to be, inspected by the Food and Drugs Authority, so for them to come up with a certificate for you. that alone, when you get that certification, do you know the jobs you can actually apply for? It actually is a stamp of authority. You are trustworthy. You have ticked the boxes where food comes in place. Hygiene is very important, meaning someone has inspected your facility, your team have been tested, because believe me, COVID is very big a deal. But do you know tuberculosis is something that people have actually, I don't know, we don't even talk much about it, but it's really a thing. So if you are buying from someone who is not credible, who doesn't have an FDA, definitely you can't even trust this person. And if you look at someone with the standards, they've met those standards and you don't have it, you see them scaling up every day, because the bigger dogs or the bigger brands are trying to liaise or work with them because they have the certifications. So please, for no reason whatsoever, should you ignore the standards of operating for whatever business you are going into. With those standards, you can command authority, and also you can pull up numbers, and you can grow really fast, because you are not going to be selling yourself small. You are going to be working for bigger brands.
Right.
So standards are very important.
Right. I just want to latch onto that. I believe in this trend. I've noticed that a lot of entrepreneurs have they want to cut corners to be able to do the work that they do. So, like, for instance, you start a business and you are looking to find ways of making a lot of money rather than getting the things done.
Yeah.
So registering a company, very important. Paying the tax, like you mentioned, very, very important. So that's something that we've actually been trying our best to make sure that we do. I noticed that Ghana does not a lot of institutions don't really teach about that, like in terms of taxes and stuff like that. So if you're not too careful, if you don't do your homework, they will come for you. And we're sitting there, and GRA came to knock on our doors. Apparently, I think last 2 days, they came here thinking that we hadn't filled our books. But by God's mercy, we try as much as we can to follow with everything that we do. Even with the softwares we use, we don't use crack at Oasis. No crack. We buy it, and we pay for it every single month, because we believe that we'll get to a place where we'll be handling clients like Google, or handling.
That's the goal.
Yeah, the ambition is to make sure you are leaving an indelible mark. So anything that doesn't give us that, we don't go for it, basically. And I think it's something that we must really, really knit in our hearts as you want to start businesses, to make sure that at the onset you have at the back of your mind that I want to do this right, because yeah.
Awesome. I mean, that's just about maintaining standards as well, which is amazing. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause. Thank you. So people say where there's a problem, there's business. We innovate to solve problems as well. So a lot of entrepreneurs didn't stumble on what they do, but they wanted to solve a problem. I mean, starting off with you, Chichi, I mean, how's the story been for you? What problem did you look to solve? How did your new essentials get birthed?
So oftentimes you hear people telling you about the problem, the gap they saw, but for me, I'll start off to tell you my background. So I was raised by a single mother. I'm an only child. My dad was very much alive, so it's not that my dad is late, but he never took care of me. So as a young child growing up, I always saw my mom really trying her possible best, just, let me have a good life. Let me attend the best of schools, just so that I could have at least a head start that she didn't have. My mom used to sell the best banku in the area back then, in somewhere around Sakaman. And this banku, I'm not talking about a very fancy, nice restaurant. No, it's a very small scale, like a wache table. And when I closed from school, I go wash the plates for her. Not that she asked me to do it. My mom was an amazing provider. But I was always trying to also ease some of her stress. Eventually, I saw that this can be done on a larger scale, but because my mom is not highly educated, she's not seeing the bigger picture. So back in secondary school, my mom was still doing this banku business. So now when I come home from vacation, I tell her, you know what, we can write letters around and see if other companies will bring you on board. That's when I realized that if you have standards, everything changes. Luckily, she did the latest she could do. That was AME certification, just getting tested to see that she doesn't have any deadly disease and stuff like that. So she had that certification, and that at the time, this is about 25 years ago, was just good because a lot of people weren't doing it. that's when I saw that this can be bigger than it was. So one, I went into it because I wanted a better life for myself, not because I wanted to solve a problem. I must be very honest with you, because I knew what hardship was like. So I asked myself, what could actually pay the bills faster? What could at least put my mom to stop her business? What could give her an early retirement? So it was more family oriented. My mom was taking care of my other cousins. What can I do to better this kid's life? Because I was a senior sister at the time. Some gaps were about 10 years. I was like a bigger sister. What can I do to better this lives of my cousins? So back in uni, I was selling writing pads. So every stage of my life, I was always doing something because I see the struggles of my mom and I want to ease her pain. So I don't want to come asking her for the latest one-hand bag and stuff like that. If I can buy it, I will buy it. Provided it's legal, I'm going to do it. I ended up in uni. Let's talk about Lene, because Lene has played a very pivotal role in my life. So I used to live in Kukumlimli. Kukumlimli is not too far from Adabraka. When I completed secondary school, while waiting to go to university, I looked around to find out placements, people that can actually help you to land good jobs. Because at the time when I was in secondary school, my time after uni, most of the students that complete with me, what happens is that their parents are connected. So it's either your parent, your uncle, someone will connect you somewhere, and then you land a good national service. Here I am. My mom doesn't have any corporate whatever. I don't have a dad that is actively in my life. So who can connect me? So I was thinking about how to connect myself. Then I found Lene. I came, I was right behind the door, I think on the first floor or the second floor. Madam Joycelyn at the time was, I think, the MD or the head here. I waited 3 days. They see me here before they get to work. On the third day, they realized that this girl, she's not moving. That's when they got me a sit. So I started receiving calls here. What they didn't know was that I had a plan. So you have to be very strategic in life. If you're not strategic, you mess up. If you know where you are, where you're coming from, and you know that it will have to take maybe 10 major moves to get to where you have to be, while it will take every other person 1 or 2, don't sulk. Come out with a plan that will help you take those 10 steps, because you have to take them anyway. Unfortunately or fortunately for you, some will do 2, some will do 10. These fingers are never equal, so it's fine. So that's what I did to connect myself, to place myself at the right place. So back in school, in uni, I've already built a very good relationship with Lene. I told them anytime I'm on vacation, anytime there is any vacancy anywhere to relieve anybody, they should give me a call. They give me a call. Best believe the time I was working for Lene, I was not paid because I came as an intern. And some of the placement they took me, I said, really, it's not the money. I just want people to see what I can do so that I can be placed properly. And during 1 or 2 of those placements, Access Bank, Stanbic, they took me around. TNS, Stanbic actually said, when this girl is done with school, we want her for our national service. And true to their words, they really wrote to Lene that they wanted me, and Lene also helped, and then I was positioned. So this is someone with no proper connections, but I made my own connection. So you know what you can do? You can reinvent yourself. You can invent the life you want for yourself. You can position yourself where you want to be positioned. Through that, I went on to uni, completed, got my service, did HR, what I learned in school, but back to providing for myself and for my family. The 8 to 5 wouldn't cut it. I started a weight loss journey. I was very vocal about it. For me, I talk and talk and talk, and I make noise for myself. I don't care what no one is saying. Hey, oh, yeah, picture, hey, wait. Please be you. Do you for you. And watch nobody, because you never know. One of those picture movements might land you something very great. And guess what? One social media post, among all the ones that I was posting that my friends thought I was doing a bit much, landed me an interview with Gifty Auntie. And that changed my story. Just there and then, she told me, Chichi, if you make me salad so I can also lose weight, I'm going to be your first client. I don't miss opportunities. And let me tell you something, opportunities, they come dressed up like overalls, they look like work. Someone there in that seat would be like, hey, mommy, what you used to me? Because I had an 8 to 5. But I saw it as an opportunity. And I took it immediately. So if you are here, you want to do something so bad, and you know someone who is already doing it and doing it so well, be ready to serve. Service to man is to God, because through that service, you never know. I was prepared and I served. And it just birthed the Nyonyo story. So it wasn't to solve a problem. From the very beginning, I knew I had nobody, no one to look up to, no one to run back home to than myself. And my mom, who had done her best to take me through school to university. Now, what can I do to give her early retirement? What can I do to my family? What can I do for my cousins? My grandmother that was also there for me. What can I do for these people? So for me, it was more about giving my family a better life. All that I am is not even for me. So if you're here and you want to venture into entrepreneurship because of the money and stuff like that, you will end up realizing that you are going to be more of a people person. You are trying to touch life, impact your workers, because the bigger money doesn't even come to you. You pay your staff first, even before yourself. So anyone here, if you have any valid reason to go into entrepreneurship, it's not just to better yourself, but to make an impact as well in the society, in the lives of the people you know. So entrepreneurship is harder than you think. It's very sacrificial. It takes a lot to actually venture into this thing called entrepreneurship. It takes blood, sweat, and guts. But in the long run, I still solved the problem, because women wanted to lose weight rapidly at the time I lost weight. So yes, I solved the problem. But the whole time I had a plan, and I stuck to the plan. And I pray through this plan, I'll be able to impact anyone listening here to also come up with a plan for themselves. Because if you don't plan your life, life will plan for you. And when life plans for you, you are set up for doom.
Wow. I think we should just close and go home.
I agree.
Yeah, but then it's only fair that we paint the Oasis picture as well. I mean, literally.
I think entrepreneurship is, the bedrock of entrepreneurship is solving problems. So for us, myself and Mars, I say us because I'm the co-founder of Oasis Studios, my wife and myself, we were trying to solve a problem of hosting a lot of people who want to do shoots. So I lead a music band, a gospel music band. And at that time, we wanted to shoot about 20 people. And we were not able to get a place to house us. And I mean, we had that background about trying to solve problems, etc. So that's how the Oasis dream started. So we had a presentation we pitched to one of our sponsors, and by God's mercy, we were able to get the pitch, and we were able to start Oasis. It started pretty small. Like we had one softbox, a backdrop, and then a very old camera. But we started anyway. So I believe strongly entrepreneurship is basically about solving problems. And that's where it started from. Us having the mindset of trying to solve the problem in photography, and by God's grace, it has digressed into something that's pretty big.
Fantastic. Chichi, for a lot of people, I mean, you talked about starting with one softbox, a camera, and maybe some skinny guy to take a photo of. But for a lot of people, it's about starting. They have 1,000,001 ideas in their minds. They have all the aspirations, but it's about starting. It's about sparking it up. If you don't spark up the engine, I mean, you're not moving.
Yeah.
I mean, what would you tell people like that who are dilly-dallying?
It's called self-sabotaging. You want to start when you have, let's say, 5 pounds, the perfect setup, the studio, then you start. But if you don't start where you are with what you have, you can't get to the 5 pounds, the studio, and the well setup. So don't overthink it, but it's normal. We as humans, we overthink things. You know, we actually make problems look bigger than they actually are, because we are overthinkers. So it's okay to overthink, but I want you to live here not to overthink things too much. Move, because whatever it is that you're avoiding, you will still face it one way or the other. And it's actually a learning curve. It's an experience. You need that experience for yourself. So start where you are with what you have. If it's a blurred phone that doesn't take quality pictures, still take with them. Because if you don't take and put it out there, how will someone know that you can even do that? For all you know, someone might be watching, and someone might be ready to even offer some lending help. Or even Oasis could be watching. So I feel oftentimes we overthinking actually sits on our destiny, actually sits on our growth. So just do it. Do it as it is. With the typos, with not so perfect artwork, because you are using Canva and you don't even understand it, you don't know how to navigate it. But just put yourself out there. The people you are looking at that have done it and it looks so picture perfect. If only you have the time to scroll down to see their very first post, or their very first business, whatever, or their very first catering service, you realize it was a big flop. But what they did then was that they learned, and at least they showed up. So you sitting back criticizing those that have started and it's not looking so perfect, you are wasting your time. While you are wasting your time, they are doing. So be a doer with whatever you have, wherever you are right now. Just that.
A round of applause. So just do it.
Just do
it. It reminds me of one of my stories where somebody put me, the very first time I go on radio, it was on Joy FM for to do commentary for a World Cup game. I'd never been on radio before. And Samir and she just put me on. He said, go and do it. I was like, it's a World Cup game, it's Joy FM, the whole world is listening. I've never done it before. What if I make a mistake? He said, I don't care. Just do it. And it's amazing that we gleaned from lessons like these. I mean, what's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, what's the worst that could happen? Right. At least you tried. At least you tried. But if you don't try, you never know, because you never know what's behind trying. And you'll be shocked.
And I think that we should also not worry too much about making mistakes. I feel like a lot of people want to make sure that it's perfect before they get things out there. So the mistakes actually builds you, because it gives you a platform to realize that, you know what, this is why I made a mistake, I need to fix it this way. So for me, running a business, I'm more interested in feedback that people give to me, especially the negative ones. I'm not really interested in, oh, you did well, it's good. But I'm really interested in the things that they found wrong with the work that I did, so that I can find a way to improve it and make sure that doesn't happen again. So constantly looking out for the things that I need to work on to make sure that I build something really strong.
Yeah, even mistakes are subjective. Somebody mistakenly burnt rice and packaged it as braised rice.
Right.
And it's sold. Yeah, so mistakes are subjective. I mean, a lot of times, who knows? It's just you discuss. Somebody ripped their jeans by accident and sold them as ripped jeans, and they caught up a trend. So mistakes.
And that's the difference between you and any successful person that you actually admire. It's just because they're showing up, and sometimes you might think they have it figured out. They are winging it. Most of the time, you're winging it.
Oh, yeah.
I wing it. I'm sure you wing it sometimes.
Yeah. A lot of
we
times.
all wing it. Yeah. Me sitting here, before I even mounted this platform, I wasn't sure what I was going to deliver because I have an emergency. I have a family emergency. But I was like, showing up is enough.
Right.
So sometimes we just show up. And when we show up, before you know it, you are doing it.
Right.
So that is me showing up and doing it. Truly, I didn't know what I was going to do with this platform. But if I didn't show up, then it would have been a flop. But showing up alone, even if whatever I'm delivering today doesn't meet the standard I set for myself, you don't know.
Right.
Do you get it?
Yeah.
So just show up. Because whoever is watching probably doesn't know the bigger picture that you had, or the intentions you had.
Right.
But at least they showed that, they realized that you showed up for your business.
Right.
You showed up for that idea. You showed up for that fair. So just do it and just show up.
Right.
Yeah, so, I mean, all those wearing Nikes, just do it.
Just do it.
Yeah, like Nike said. So, Barry, for you, what has been the biggest challenge as an entrepreneur?
The biggest challenge, there are plenty.
You just choose one. Or top two.
Biggest challenge. I won't say, I'll talk about the team, building a team, because building a team is very, very crucial to what you want to build, to where you want to get to. So I think initially, building a team was one of the things that we struggled with. But I noticed that the times that I spent, I mean, whether we like it or not, God watches over us. And I started trying my best to make sure that every decision that I make for my business was God-centered. So everything that I do, I trust Mr. Khan to involve him, not just on Sundays, but at work. You know, so it gave me a lot of perspective about who to pick. And of course, with the kind of knowledge that I received from learning, I was able to find out exactly what kind of training, what kind of personnel I would need to build a very substantial business. So initially, building a team was pretty hard. But, I mean, being able to find out where the loophole is and find a way to make things work, it helped substantially.
Awesome. Thank you. Chichi, though I'm not going to ask you the same question. But how important do you think challenges are when it comes to running your own business?
It actually helps you to come up with how you want things to run. Oftentimes, we want to do things based on the standards that have been set. When I say standards, it's about not you avoiding the governing authorities, but let's say recruitment, for example. We advertise a vacancy to the public, and then people apply. You actually shortlist the best candidates. Now you invite them, call them in, and then you do an interview. And based on what you're asking for, you look at the skills they've acquired, the schools they've attended, the experiences they have over time. Someone once asked here that 5 years, well, what how is the person going to get the 5 years of experience if nobody wants to hire them? People is the biggest challenge. But what I have come to realize that about people being the challenge for me is that it made me now change even my recruitment approach. So what I learned with the challenge that I had is I don't even have to necessarily recruit skills or talents anymore. At Nyonyo, we hire character. Because you feel character is teachable. I wouldn't have come up to that point because what I've known, even in the recruitment space, is that we look at the skills first, your experiences and stuff like that. But it made me change my approach entirely, that I don't have to follow those standards. Let me create my own templates based on my interviews, how I want it to go, what I'm looking for. Maybe it's just having a good eye contact with me when you come. It's even just the way you dress. So it actually makes you come up with new ways of doing your own things because you realize that this is a challenge, this is an obstacle because you are doing it the way everyone was doing it. Maybe someone would say, I don't want to hire anyone with triple piercings because whatever, because looks, blah, 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 blah. But you realize that sometimes these people, they just don't know that it doesn't speak well of them. Maybe it might be their sense of style. But bringing them in, they rather have a teachable spirit. So those challenges with the people that I have had over time actually taught me that I should rather hire character. I shouldn't look at all the paperwork. So I'd never even read CVs anymore. I just want to see you. I don't shortlist the best 10 anymore. Sometimes even what I will call the worst, then my HR will be like, I don't know, we must say, I just want to talk to them. I want to see the person. And spirit-led. I'm also a Christian, and I just move with the Spirit, what the Spirit will tell me. Sometimes it's so wrong in the eyes of the team that why? But based on those challenges I've had over time, I've learned a different approach. So sometimes the challenge actually teaches you how to move and how to operate.
Amazing. A round of applause for entrepreneurs, ladies and gentlemen. So at this point, I'll take questions. I'm sure you've got a ton of questions for them. I can already see the hands flying up. Should I get you a notepad? Yes. Rabbi, do you have a question as well? I saw your hand go up. You have a question. Okay, I'll take your question last. So okay. Okay. So my mic guy, I don't know my mic man's name. The mic man's mic is not miking.
My name is
Andrews Onyinka. Okay, thank you very much for volunteering to be my mic man for today. Please, my technical team, can we find another microphone for Mr. Andrews? Andrews. Okay, so there were a few hands up right in front, so we can take the people at the front and then we move.
Hi, good afternoon. I think it's been very inspiring listening to you, and I think it's very prophetic. I'm wearing blue. Yeah. Yes, I've been so much inspired. Thank you so much. My name is Kukwa. Yeah, and I really love to be an entrepreneur. I think back in 2019, a little before COVID, a friend and I started an ice cream business. Yeah, and it was really selling and it was great until we had to come back to school. And so I think I stopped because I wasn't having a fridge. Yeah, but with little encouragements and everything, because the ice cream was nice, so everyone was encouraging me to start. Yeah, so I started again. And here's another case where I find it easy to do graphic design. I think it's a blessing. Yeah, so I design for my church, and while I'm designing, I pray, I get inspirations and all that. So I do my own flyers for my business, my ice cream and all that. Yeah, but my challenge is that I kind of like need motivation, because now my main problem is I don't have a fridge for my ice cream, but I still do it though. I go and do it in somebody's house and I bring it to sell. By the time I get to campus, it has melted, but I'm still on it. Yeah, so my problem is, and with the graphic design, yeah, should I monetize it? I want to know how to monetize the graphic design, because I feel like sometimes I'm not good enough. When I check people and what they are doing, I feel like I'm not there yet. Yeah, so I want to know how to do the motivation to keep going. And I'm also learning another skill, yeah, which is makeup. Yeah, so I just want to know which one I should take more serious. Can I do both three together and all that?
Are you in school full time? Are you a student?
No, I'm done with my service. I can't.
You're done with your service.
Yeah.
Okay, so now you just want to venture into entrepreneurship full time.
Yeah.
Have you applied to work anywhere for now?
No, I haven't.
My dear. Okay.
Okay.
Let me tell you what you have to do. What I did. It's good you already have something you want to do, and I like that even though you don't have a fridge, it hasn't stopped you. You're actually doing it at a friend's house. And then the graphic design, you want to monetize it. But during the space of Monday to Friday, it's a long working hours. I wish that you were doing something at any company that you wanted to work at.
Sorry, I'm doing my service now. We'll finish the end of September.
Okay, great. So let's monetize. Let's talk about monetizing your graphic design. It's easy to monetize it now that we're on social media. Whatever artwork you've done, you just have to open another page and then you tell people that you can do this. When you say it there, you might say that you don't have enough followers, so people will not see it. What you can do is watch people's pages that you feel they need your help, and then design something based on the information they have. So let's say you know it's a client you want to actually pitch it to. You go to my page, you find my logo, you do something that you know that when I look at it, I'll be like, oh my God. So maybe you get a food picture from my own page, my own food, stuff like that, design it, and then send it to my DM. And then just don't be too wordy. People don't read so much these days. So, hi ma'am, please, I designed this and I could do better for you once you have time to meet up with me or a phone call, just that. No, it shouldn't even be more than 20 words. People have the attention span these days is very short. Send it to about 20 pages. You'll be shocked. After the 21 might give you a call. So let's try that approach so that we monetize that, so that can cushion the ice cream business and eventually buy you a fridge. That's what I did. I worked full-time with the bank. I worked with TNS. Even while I started my new business, I didn't quit necessarily. I juggled it for 2 years just so that the money that is coming from the corporate world is some sense of security, because rain or shine, at the end of the month it will come. But my business is not a rain or shine yet. So you need something to cushion you, like the graphic design. I like that you are thinking that way already. So use this approach. Let's see how it works. Okay.
All right, sure. Thank you so much.
So let's take the girl in front first, and then you want to add something too. Okay. Then we go to the gentleman at the back in white.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Flora. My question is similar to his, but I'm also an entrepreneur. I'm a wig maker, and a hairstylist as well. And when you're talking about registering your business and things like that, I know it's important, but as we are starting, there's no money to go and register your business. So you are doing it online and sharing it with our friends and things like that. So that is where I find a problem with. And also when it comes to, you see, with wig making and hairstyling, almost every day there's something new coming out, and you can't just style something and send to somebody you are looking up to see. It's hard to get someone to probably just volunteer with freely or intern with freely. I've reached out to so many people that I look up in the Ghanaian space who are very good at their work, and it's hard to get their attention, half of them to even give you that space to come and intern with them. And also with imposter syndrome, I really face that a lot, that I think that my work is not really good enough. I get people telling me that it's nice, I'm really good, my prices are good, but I get imposter syndrome so much. I want to know, how do I work around it? And my work is that I have to work with a skill every day, I have to be changing, or evolving as time goes on as well. Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. First of all, registration actually is not expensive. It's pretty, people don't know this, but to even keep your business running, keep the names, 50 Ghana cedis a year. You see, so especially because you want to build something substantial, have it at the back of your mind that this thing is a world business. It's a business that serves the world. I believe that it gives you the push that even when things are difficult, you know that it's part of the journey. Building, to be able to raise any building, there's a lot of hard work that goes into the foundation. So, and also just to add on to what you were saying, when doing work and then being able to find some revenue to be able to support your business, I think it's very important because it teaches you how to be astute. It teaches you how to be focused. It teaches you how to build resilience, because starting a business is hard work. Last night, for instance, my wife and I and the team, we left here around 11 p.m. almost 12. We got home around 12. We had to sleep, get here at 5. It's hard work. And I think that period where you start working somewhere else and also building your business, it also teaches you about, it gives you character to be able to sustain what God has given to you and what God wants to use you for. So it's important. Registration, I believe in it strongly. Because
to secure your own name, your business name. Because you know what I've come to realize is that when an idea comes to you, best believe it's come to a lot of people. God is that generous. So your business name, even to secure it, it's very, very important. Before you go and that name is not available, and I have to tweak it to something else that didn't resonate with you. So even for the importance of your business name, please take it serious. I want you to leave here and have a 6-month plan that by February 2024, you have registered your business. When you have a plan, you have something that you have to work towards, it's actually steers you in the right direction. I don't know how much you charge for a wig making. When you make a wig, how much do you charge for it? 85. Good. So let's pray and hope that you can make about 10 of those closures before 2024 February. You can literally register a business and you have a little change. I want to ask another question. Did you hear of the hair show that happened just this weekend? You heard of it? Okay. Did you volunteer? Wow. With what?
Outside Accra.
Oh my
so
goodness.
I couldn't be. I was my plan.
I really hope you had rescheduled, because when you were saying, I said you're not looking around, because they were asking for people like you. Yeah, and it would have been very strategic for you. So the time and place is important. The coaching session was important, but for another time, because this only happens once a year. But the coaching, you and your coach, they vibes more than you see how. Even your coach would have been happy for you. Yeah. So time and place is important, and you had the information, you just didn't tap on it.
Definitely. So time is important, priorities as well. So the gentleman in the white, and then we move to the other gentleman.
Yeah, as I said, as you said, time is very important, and it's an asset, and when it is lost, you can't recover it. So I see business as more of a commodity to satisfy a need. So how do you make your market research to know that this number of people need your products? so that before you put the product into being, because you see the end in your mind before starting. And I want to know what are some of the businesses that is good to start as a young person, and not to experience loss and time. You recover your time too.
So first of all, market research is very important. Once you are going to enter into any field, you need to have done a lot of research to be able to find out if this business is feasible. Okay, if this business is it can actually solve a problem. So, for instance, we mentioned about the problem where we're trying to solve. There was a lot of research that went into the background to find out, like, am I just going to satisfy just one person's need, or I'm going to satisfy a lot of people's needs, or just family and friends? Yes, who may not even buy from you. So the market research is very, very important in starting a business. I've forgotten the second thing he asked. What was the second?
I mean, what business? I mean, to be
some of the business
ideas that you can. Encourage young people to.
It has to be something that you want to do. It has to be something that, I don't like to say passion. It's something you're obsessed with, something you truly want to do. Because if I come and tell you that this is lucrative, trust me, and you go try it and it doesn't work out, you'll be burnt out and then you just stop. You'll be frustrated. But if it's something you truly like, it's something that you cannot sleep about. You have sleepless nights about it. It comes to you every now and then. When you see someone do it, you go like, I can even do it better. So you have to think long and hard and come up with things that you truly want to do. If I'm to give you business ideas, there are lots of them, but as to whether it's something you would like.
And to add to your contribution, in doing your market research, okay, you need to understand consumer behavior. Okay, you need to understand how your customers think. Okay, so in marketing, one of the key generic strategies is differentiation. What are you doing different from the competition? Is it going to catch on? I'll give you a practical example. I run a laundry service on campus. Okay, so ideally, a lot of the people that will be patronizing that laundry service are students who fall within a certain income bracket. Now, your parents, a lot of you are students, right? So you budget for the semester. You know how much money you are going to spend based on how much money your parents give you. So what I did was I came up with a pricing policy that allowed students to be comfortable enough to patronize my laundry. So I gave them a kilo limit of, let's say, 5 kilos, and then you pay 80 cedis a month for 5 kilos. Calculating and bearing in mind that the average student's laundry doesn't go beyond 5 kilos. So it means you know that when you come to school, which is 3 semesters, you're going to spend 240 cedis on laundry. And then you pay upfront. It helps me with my cash flow. It helps you to budget and is affordable for you as well. Okay. So for the services I offer in my laundry, the students pay upfront. They find it convenient. If you go above the 5 kilos, you pay a little extra. If your laundry is not up to 5 kilos, you can pair with your roommate and pay. It's affordable. I understand how they think, because there are a lot of laundries on campus, especially the guys in Legon. You can attest there are a lot of laundries on campus. But what makes your business stand out? How do your customers think?
Right.
How do they behave? And how do you find these things out? You can do very basic random sampling. Pick a sample size of people around you, have conversations with them, understand how they think, live in their world, because they are the center of your business, whether you like it or not. If they don't turn up, if nobody turns up to take photos, Oasis is probably shutting down. Absolutely. So I'm sure you go all ends finding out how people like their photos, giving them a lot of options, because now we are in an era where people like novel stuff. So understand how your customers think, and that will probably even give you business ideas in the process of understanding how people think.
Right. I also don't believe in just picking something that brings you money. I believe strongly in purpose. And I'm saying that because throughout the journey, you will face very, very difficult times. And once you have been able to lock in the purpose, like in how you know that this is something that God has brought my way, that I need to do it. No matter what, you try your best to make sure that it stands. So for instance, if you play soccer, and you are playing football and maybe your leg breaks, and because you know that this is my livelihood is dependent on it, and because you also know that it's tied to my purpose. This is why the reason why God brought me on the earth to accomplish this assignment. I will do my best to make sure that I'm healed, so that I can go back on the field. So just picking anything to do because you think this one day can bring money is very dangerous, because when the time comes when it gets pretty hard, you stop it, and then what will happen is you just be jumping from place to place, and you'll not be able to build something substantial, because the strength of your business is dependent on the foundation, the amount of sacrifice you are able to put in the foundation, and the amount of tarrying you are able to do even when things get very difficult. So I believe strongly in knowing what you have, like purpose, basically. Yeah.
Definitely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Isaac Maulom. Mine is not a question. I wanted to help those who asked about, those who are concerned about business registration. I have a consultancy where I register businesses. I also help people to market their business and also grow as young entrepreneurs. So those who are interested could kindly see me after, and then we'll talk about it.
Hard guy. A round of applause for him. So he's probably identified an opportunity and he's leveraging on it. Yes. Which is great. Another round of applause for the man. Amazing. Yes. There's a lady at the back, then we'll take this lady, and then we'll take one more, then Rabbi. Then we wrap.
Please, good morning. Please, I'm Aisha Karim. Yeah, I'm managing a small business. Okay, please. I'm managing.
If you're not comfortable, you can sit down and ask the question.
Thank you. Please, I'm managing a small business. It's clothing. I'm into clothing, yeah, and bags. I started it last 2 years, which is 2021, yeah. And last year, I wanted to go for a shop. I want to rent a shop, but I was having this. I'm having this fear that, what if I go for the shop? Because right now, if you need a shop, it's about 500, 600 a month. Yeah, so what if I go for the shop and at the end of the 3 years, I couldn't renew it, or I didn't get some money to renew it again? What am I going to do? So I'm having this fear. So I need someone to just advise me or encourage me to do it or something like that. Thank you.
Risk is all around us. Even when you're eating banku and tilapia, you can easily be choked on the tilapia and something can happen. Yeah, it happens. People die choked on their food they were eating. So that is to tell you that you cannot avoid risk. And nothing ventured, nothing gained. So please, if you have the money, provided you have the money, please rent the place and take your shot, take your chances, and make sure you have money to renew it, because you are going to work hard when you're in that space. Since you're already thinking that you cannot renew it, that means you're not ready to push yourself harder. You're already self-sabotaging yourself before you even get into the shop. But if it's the reason because you are thinking that way, it's because you can't even have the money to just get it for the next 3 years, then don't overwhelm yourself. Start where you are with what you have. Online. Online is a big tool now. Everybody orders stuff online. So if you can do that and master the courage, gather the money and open the shop, fair enough. But if you have the money, please open the shop, because nothing ventured, nothing gained, and you cannot avoid risk. It's all around us.
Definitely.
Also to add, I feel like fear is one of the major things that prevents us from doing a lot of things. So for instance, the fear of the unknown, or the fear of the business actually standing. If we are to sit and calculate the fears that we have, nobody will be able to start anything. So for instance, like you just want standing to ask the question, is you overcoming the fear. Knowing that, I'm not too comfortable with standing to ask the question, but I need to ask it because maybe the camera needs to be on me while I'm asking the question. So that's so nice for HR focus. So overcoming the fear to make sure that you're able to do what you have to do. So fear is one of the major things that closes businesses even before it starts. So for instance, I like the fact that you mentioned that you wanted to get a shop. So based on some of the things that Chichi has shared with us, that plan, put a lot of plans in place, because it's something that you actually want to build. It's something you actually want to do. So go back into your planning sector, but take the steps. Take the steps. You may not necessarily be able to fund a shop. You can start by maybe selling in front of your room, something like. Don't allow fear to limit you from being able to accomplish the things that God has placed in your heart. Because if you look at it, you will not do anything.
From a religious point of view, faith over fear.
Absolutely.
Faith over fear. Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you just need to just go for it.
For Vimap, Charlie. Vimap.
Like I said, what's the worst thing that could happen? Definitely. So we're taking another question. Who else? Yes. No, I point. Okay, yeah. We're supposed to take one from this side. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much. Well, maybe to just as a submission to the lady who was contemplating either to, go for a shop or not, just as said, maybe you can focus on building your customer base first, just in front of your house or something, just to build your consumer base first or your customer base. Then if you know that, yes, I have this number of people who believe in what I'm doing, who know that, okay, I can really serve their purpose or their problem in a way that nobody else can do it better than I do, then you are sure that even if you have your shop, you are certain that you will be able to get some returns that will help you to pay for the shop. Well, that's what I can say for that. But I think at the end of this seminar, we should all go and get married, because we could hear my wife. My wife is really supporting me. My wife. Yeah. So. They say behind every successful man is a woman. Yeah. So.
Please, I have some advice for those of you who want to get married. Please don't. If you do, they will force you to bath before you sleep. You will bath every night before you sleep. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I'm happy to see Anna Odishe on the stage. Yeah. Yeah, Chichi, it's nice to meet you again.
I'm humble. Thank you.
Yeah, the first time was
Odishe.
Yeah, we are royals. They are royals in the house.
Please, what?
Please.
Can you expatiate?
Okay, so the Okuapimai alumni in the house, please. Okuapimai Senior High.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so the first time it was online, but I didn't expect to see you here now. Maybe, okay. Okay, so it centers around the skills gap, okay? The world millionaires and the world billionaires, they tell us that, education is not important. Okay, yeah, and they are all dropouts. Okay, so should we also drop out? Maybe you let us know.
A lot of the times they don't tell you the full story.
Yeah.
They are not exactly dropouts.
Yes, but again, even if you look at the education system of Ghana, sometimes you are tempted to believe that it's bogus, because what you are learning, it's not easy. If they say you do it and now you can't do it, then you realize that all the 4 years that you learned in school may not even help you to accomplish maybe the simplest thing possible. So I just want to know if education is really key, then what education do we need to be successful? Okay, that is one of it. And also the skill gap. Sometimes you are skilled at doing something, okay, but if you want to monetize it and you want to, make money out of it, teaching mentions accounting and all that, how do you learn all these things? And it's not just about accounting, it's about management and all that. And I can relate to a colleague I'm working with. I am an agribusiness expert, so we're doing consultancy on fish farming and micro livestock production, rabbit, grass cutter, among other things. Okay, and one of the challenges we are facing is that, yes, we have the skills, we can advise you, do this, do that, but when it comes to the management aspect, then you see there is some lagging behind. And one of our clients, from the feedbacks that, trying to serve them better, he told us, yes, I have no doubt you guys, you have the technical experience and all that, but sometimes your time management here and there, and how as far as your management is concerned, I think you can do better. Okay, so how do we learn all these management skills that we need? Because remember, you are starting just an individual or two. How do you are the same accountant, you are the what's the name, the risk management expert, you are the same person who has to go out there and market. How does one person, hey, Odayo? Okay, so
I think
also passion and problem. Which one are we following?
Okay, so you've asked 19 questions. We need to figure out which ones to answer. But unfortunately,
who said exactly?
But fortunately or unfortunately, we might not even be able to answer any of them now.
Okay, let me summarize. There are just three. Okay, it's okay, fine. Okay, how do we learn all these skills?
Okay, so like I said, fortunately or unfortunately, because of our time, we might not be able to answer them now. But we'll take every question.
Okay.
So we can get them across to our resource people to answer them. Are you part of the HR Focus Universe platform?
Not yet.
Okay, please, if you are not part of that, please jump on the HR Focus Universe website now, and please be a part of it.
Thank you very much.
A lot of wonderful resources exist. So because we are very hard pressed for time, we can't take all your answers now. We'll probably take them as we go along. So we'll take final words from our entrepreneurs, and then we move on to the next session. So starting off with you, Chichi.
I'll just say that whatever that you can think about, whatever that comes to your mind, provided you believe in it, you back it with faith and hard work and determination, you can achieve it. So nothing is too far-fetched. If A was able to do it, you can do it and even do better. So just go out there and start whatever that you are so passionate about, you are so obsessed with, you are so in love with, whatever it is. If it's going to sort your financial problems, whatever it is that is going to make you do what you want to do, just stick to the plan and do it.
Solid. I believe strongly in partnerships. So you might not necessarily have all the know-how concerning everything that you want to do. Just to answer your question a little bit, you may not have all the knowledge concerning a particular institution, and that's where trying to get someone like a partner who also understands the vision and also will be able to strengthen you on the other part. So for instance, when I start in business, I'm good with the creative aspect. My wife handles the business aspect. So that partnership that partnership is very important to building. So even though I have the understanding of the creative mindset, I have a team of people who who can even do the work better than I do. So for Chichi, for instance, Chichi may be an awesome cook, which she is.
You want my client?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's right. Yeah, I know. Your food is too much, but she would not have been able to serve 1,000 people if she was doing it on her own. So the building of the team, finding people who also understand the vision and also have the skill set is also essential. So you may not necessarily be able to build a team of like 100. Maybe you start like just 2 people, for instance. So when you're talking about the auditing, if you are good with balancing, you find someone who's also good with business, and then you start the thing together. It helps, and it also gives you a form of training to be able to start it. So that's my final conclusion.
Awesome. So the world thrives on partnerships, whether you like it or not. If the people who manufactured the phone couldn't depend on the people who manufactured the SIMs, then both of them will be absolutely useless. A round of applause for entrepreneurs, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, we can do a lot better. Please, my jollof and my photos depend on this. Please, my jollof and my photos depend on this. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. So we're moving on to our speed interviews as well as our career guidance. As well as our career guidance session, which will be happening concurrently. In and between that, how many of you registered for the X Jobs? How many? Have you started trying out the portal yet? Okay, so we'd like just about 10 volunteers. You can speak to the lady outside. Just about 10 volunteers for a focus group discussion on your experience with X jobs so far. So just take a quick 5 minute, have a chat with the one sitting next to you. You can ask them anything you want, speak to them, or probably the one sitting behind you. When we return, we go on to our speed interviews with some amazing people. You can see the lady sitting there, right? There are some beautiful ladies sitting there smiling at us. Please give them a wave. Give them a wave, give them a wave, give them a wave. They are from Tallow Oil, very rich aunties.
They look very rich.
Very, very rich aunties. They are going to help us with all our mentorship. They are going to be assisted by my wonderful people from Lene as well. They are also at the back looking amazing. Can you give them a wave as well? Give them a wave, give them a wave. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So they're going to help us with our career guidance. They're going to help us review our CVs. They're going to arm us for the job market. So that happens when we return. For the people that are interested in being a part of the focus group discussion for the X Jobs platform, please speak to the young lady at the back. She would tell you exactly what to do. So 5 minutes, have a chit chat till we return. Thank you. A round of applause for yourselves once again for staying, and a round of applause for the wonderful people. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, once our experts are seated, we have 10 minutes each with each of the experts. So there are tables behind there. The first two tables are meant for career guidance and counseling. They've got a rich vein of experience to share with us, and the rest of them towards the back are for the CV reviews. I'm sure we all bought our CVs, did we? We all did. Fantastic. So we have an opportunity to have them reviewed and retailored, recalibrated, and ready to make us competitive. So our experts are going to take their seats, and then we have an opportunity to spend 10 minutes each with them. Thank you. As well as that, for those of you that are joining us online, this is where the stream ends. Thank you very much. Please next time try to be here with us physically. Bring your CVs. Thank you.